Environment and Community Committee meeting of this Toowoomba Regional Council. The meeting is open to the public and will be live streamed, so I'd like to thank those in the room with us here today and acknowledge everyone watching via Council's social media channels. I'd like to acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka and Guyabal and Jarowair peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to acknowledge our CEO, Brian Pidgeon, General Manager of Environment and Community, Nick Hauser, His Worship the Mayor, Paul Antonio, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Jeff McDonald, councillors and staff. Welcome along to the first committee meeting of this council, as I said earlier, of the Environment and Community Committee. I'm very honoured and privileged to be in this position as Chair for this particular term. I'd like to take this opportunity to as well publicly acknowledge and thank Councillor Jeff McDonald and Councillor Joe Ramia for their outstanding work in this portfolio in the last term. I think it goes without saying that both of them displayed great passion, great commitment and great foresight for Council and this particular portfolio. So thank you, Jeff, to yourself, and as I said, to Joe for the work that you did in this area. Certainly leaves a great path for myself and Councillor McMahon to follow, but also very big shoes to fill. So we will do our very best and our endeavour to do our very best to do so. I'd like to take this opportunity as well to acknowledge the portfolio leader of Environment Community, Councillor Tim McMahon. Tim also, like myself, was very passionate, happy to be in this area of council. So I really look forward to what we can do in the next 4 years. And last but not least, with the formalities, also just want to say a big thank you to those around the table, both those that were here last term and to our new councillors. In particular, I just want to say to the returning councillors, thank you so much for what you did for myself last term. As I said, as a new councillor coming in, it is quite a daunting experience. I understand what the new ones are feeling, and the people that were around the table last term really showed myself what it takes to be a great councillor. They showed a great example of how to act and how to do the best for your community. So that's something that isn't lost on me. So in particular to those that were around the table last term, thank you so much for your guidance, and it's something that I assure you that I personally, as I said, as a new councillor coming in, have never taken for granted, and it's something that I'll always forever remember. So thank you to you guys for that. Our next item, I would like to, obviously we have an apology from Councillor Bill Carl, and also at this time to pass our condolences on to Councillor Carl and his family during this difficult time. So if I could just have a motion to accept the apology. So Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor McMahon, those all in favour? Takes us to item 3, councillors, on the committee this morning. So the review of local law number 1, Administration 2011 and associated administration subordinate local laws. So we'll pass to General Manager Mr Nick Hauser to introduce.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and good morning, councillors. I'd like to start this one by apologising to you for the volume of reading that you had to undertake to understand this report for the very first report to the Environment Community Services Committee. Councillors, the review of this local law really is a good news story for us. It looks like there's a lot of changes in the documents that have been provided to you, but what those changes are intended to do is to make it easier for people to undertake activities without the need to apply for local law approvals with us. So we have changed the standard conditions to make essentially deemed approvals for activities that meet those conditions. So in essence, there's some red tape reduction associated with the changes to the changes that are proposed. So it really is a good news story. The changes that are put before you have been a long time in the making. There's been extensive consultation across the organisation. We've got a question, Councillor O'Shea.
Sorry, yeah, so apologies. Question, Mr Taylor.
Nick, can I just ask you to sit down and put the microphone closer to you, because the microphones are actually working.
Right.
It's just a little bit easier to hear if you're using the microphone. Thank you.
Years of habit. Understanding.
Understandable.
No problem. How's that? Is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. So I was saying years in the making. A couple of years we've been reviewing these local laws and undertaking consultation internally, and the changes reflect that consultation that's been undertaken. I would like to foreshadow a couple of changes that are required to the report, unfortunately, councillors, and I apologise for this. There's a schedule that Wendy will get to here eventually in a minute that should have been included in the report under delegations, and that's because there's some possible anti-competitive provisions that have been identified in the laws and will be the subject of public consultation along with the consultation on the local laws and subordinate local laws. So this amendment needs to be included in the report, and it's just simply a schedule, a list of those local laws and subordinate local laws for which those anti-competitive provisions may be included. Mr Milton, Alan Milton, the author of the report, will be able to answer any questions that you might have around that. And the other item that I'd like to foreshadow is a minor amendment to the recommendation, councillors, and that is in relation to recommendation 1, by simply including the additional words at the end of the original recommendation, which was council resolves to propose them to make local law number 1 administration 2020, and including in the form attached to this report to council but amended by the omission of section 8.8, and that's in relation to approvals for events on council-controlled areas and roads, and we do have an officer, Morag Illingworth, that can speak to the need for that change, since it isn't included in the report, was simply an oversight, had been identified through consultation, and I'm sure you can appreciate with the volume of changes that were there, this one was overlooked, but we have picked it up now. We would simply amend that and include that before the documents go out for consultation. So, councillors, I'm sure you'll have some questions. It's the other thing I wanted to say is that this is only step 2 in a 10 or 11-step process in making the local laws. So, attachments 19 and 20, I believe, outline the lawmaking process. So, in effect, by approving these recommendations today, council, you're allowing for the public interest checks to take place and also for public consultation to occur, and feedback would then be amended and brought back to you. That's the end of my introduction, and I'm happy to do my best to answer questions. There's quite a few officers here to help.
Questions, Councillor Summerfield?
Yes, thank you, Councillor O'Shea. I do have a couple of questions. First of all, in relation to the amendment of these documents, I believe the attachment which outlines the processes, because it's an amendment, you don't have to do steps 4 and 5, is that right, which is public consultation?
I'm sorry, I just missed a part of that question, sorry.
So
The last part.
steps 4 and 5, which is a public consultation, isn't required according to the second attachment in relation to the processes, was how I read it. Could you clarify, please?
Those attachments 19 and 20 are those that were adopted by council back in 2014 as the processes. Public consultation is required, and if it's section 4 and 5, then that's what's required. I'm not sure what you mean, to be honest.
Sorry, I thought I read that when you're amending a policy, it says that steps 4 and 5 don't have to happen, and
we're replacing.
I'm sure it is, which is the public consultation process.
In this instance, we're not amending the local law, we're replacing it. So the current local law is, for example, 2011 local law. We're replacing it with a proposed 2020 local law. So we're actually making a new law. So.
Terrific. Thank you. That's good. So then the first policy, I am really concerned about Part 7, which is general powers of direction. When I read that, I thought this is the role of police officers. I'm quite concerned that they have quite strong powers, move-on powers, and as a result of that, plus a number of other issues that I'm concerned about, in particular the grids and gate policy, there are quite a few amendments to it. I'd actually like to see these policies workshopped through so that councillors could fully understand the implications for our residents and adopt them accordingly when we're fully informed of those implications.
You want to respond to that, Nick? Or?
No, but Grant may want to talk about the power of the X.
Is there... Okay, so I suppose, Nick, probably we'll get a response to you in regards to that around the potential of, if this was to be deferred, is there any implications on requirements requirements, legislative, what we need to do, etc.?
The only impact in deferring for a period of time to allow further explanation of the changes is an impact on that timeframe. It's been, like I said before, a couple of years in the making. We can come back and workshop that with councillors if that's the general will of council. There is plenty of opportunity for further consultation, through the development of the local laws and changes based on feedback that we receive.
Could I follow up on that then, please? I hear what you're saying, Mr Hauser. However, it means that if we accept these today to go out to public consultation, it means that we're accepting of what's before us. And me personally, I'm not. That 7 in the first one in particular is quite concerning to me, but also, as I said, the gates and grids, and there's a few others as well, and we'd be here forever if we went through them all. So I believe, and it should, in my view, have been part of the process. You're saying that it's been in the making for 2 years. Councillors should have been engaged in that process as it's been going along. Thank you.
So there may be, obviously, potentially an alternate motion coming, but I'll go to other questions before we see if we get the point. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Yeah, along those lines, we do normally workshop these local laws when there's a change to them. But my question to the General Manager through you is this the time to be doing that, or is that later on, as it's been mentioned? It's step 1 of 11 or step 2 of 11 steps. And, as we're replacing local laws, that must mean that they're sadly out of date and we need to have other measures in place. So, and there may well be reasons why we have things in there in that way. And normally it is explained to us through an information session where we can work through it one at a time. I do have to say that it's very difficult for myself, has been around this table or a table for 20 plus years. But it must be very difficult for the new ones to be going through these, and their eyes would have been swimming. So we do need someone like our managers to take us through that, explain to us what that means. So I'm not sure whether now is the time to defer it or whether a time to have further input or i.e. explanation around it would come at a later stage. Could you answer that?
I might defer to Mr Milton again to answer that question.
When it does go out for...
Say in front of that mic. Just pull the seat. Might be easier. Say in front of that mic.
Yeah, sorry. When it does go out for public consultation and we get the feedback from consultation, it will be brought back to council, and at that point it can be discussed further.
So if I can have a follow-up, I'm happy with that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Harris-Sullivan.
Well, I guess my question's probably been resolved because I too had wanted to ask the intent of the direction to leave a public place. Like, why had that been included? It's obviously new, same sort of thing. But I mean, if we're going to talk about them later, I can wait until then.
So comfortable? Yeah. Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. I support Councillor Summerfield. I do feel that if it goes out in the current form to the public, it will be taken as an endorsement by us of what's there, and I think it would be wise for us to give really careful consideration to this. This involves the rights and liberties of our citizens, and we should be very careful about what's there, and we should all know what's there in the interest of our community. So I prefer, personally, for that examination to take place before it goes out to the public.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Mayor Antonio.
I just asked the question to the General Manager through you, Mr Chair. Have these been modelled on other models, other local government models, and are they quite stock standard in terms of Local Government Association of Queensland and what's normally comes out of them?
Yeah, the current laws that we've got, the ones that are proposed, are the ones that Council adopted in 2011, which came into effect in 2012. So what we're doing is reviewing those local laws these local laws are still current, the administration local laws, and we're in the process of reviewing those current local laws that Council has currently.
Comfortable with that? Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My concerns were similar to Councillor Summerfield. In section 7 about the notice to move on, I was just wondering about some clarification of who is an authorised person, and it's used several times in the Act, and certainly in the schedule it says refer to the Act. I'm wondering if it could be clearer on who is an authorised person.
I might ask Mr Jeffries, our Manager of Environmental Health Services, to come forward and answer that question, but authorised persons are outlined in the Act, and then that authorisation is delegated by the CEO to various officers within the organisation with the administrative requirement to undertake those powers. But Mr Jeffries might add to that.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors.
Morning.
Under the Local Government Act, there are two types of persons appointed by council. One is an authorised person and one is a local government worker. They're quite distinct, and to be appointed as an authorised person, you need to fulfil a certain role, and you need to have certain qualifications to undertake that role. So, to give you an example, authorised persons, we have environmental health officers who are authorised persons under the Local Government Act and under other acts like the Public Health Act and the Environmental Protection Act. We have compliance officers who are appointed under the Local Government Act to enforce the local laws that you're looking at right now. So it is a standard term and a standard definition, and then there are delegations that are given to each of those types of officers: environmental health, compliance, animal management. There's quite a range of people that are appointed. So the local law simply talks about an authorised person. You have to go back to the statute that enables that to be able to determine who that is. But our delegations do spell that out and what rights they have under each piece of legislation.
No, thank you for the answer. I suppose I was just a bit wary of approving a right to an authorised person without knowing who it is. So thank you for clarifying that.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. I support Councillor Summerfield in this. I think that I understand that this is a step of several, but this will be seen as an endorsement to the community once it goes out for public consultation. And I'm particularly uncomfortable with Part 7, so I would like to defer, and I'd support a workshopping of these changes.
Yeah, thank you. Any other? Yep. So, Councillor McDonald.
Discussions, Mr Chair. I think if we had a recommendation from Councillor Summerfield and tested that, I have a number of questions as well, but if that motion is passed, then they'll be suitable for a workshop.
Yeah.
I'd be happy for Councillor
to
move a motion to defer.
Agreed. Does anyone have any other further preliminary questions before we move to that? So, yeah, just Councillor Summerfield, would you like to?
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. I'd like to move that all of these amended policies be workshopped by all of the councillors to ensure that we're comfortable that we're providing the best service for our community and that we're not increasing red tape but rather than reducing it.
Okay, so just getting something on the screen now so that this matter, so the recommendation would be, are you comfortable with that, Councillor Summerfield, so that this matter be deferred for consideration at a future Environment and Community Committee meeting of Council after information sessions? Are you comfortable with that wording?
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move. Do I have a seconder?
Question?
Oh, sorry, question?
Can I ask you to the General Manager, is there any issue with timing on some of these? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we've got a mover. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Von Hoff. So there is probably no reason for debate. Those in favour of the recommendation before you? So carried. Okay, so that is, so we'll look at that. So Nick will come back with a workshop with that before coming back to council at a future date for a future Environment Community Committee. Okay, so that's the only item for Environment Committee that we have in open, council. So if I can get a motion to adjourn? Yeah, and a motion to adjourn the Environment Committee. Councillor Taylor and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? Carried. Okay, so we'll resume at the conclusion of economic development. Over to Councillor McDonald. Take a seat, Rosie.
Well, good morning, councillors. Welcome to the first Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting for this term of council. I acknowledge the presence of the Mayor, councillors, and particularly note the presence of Councillor Shine, who is the portfolio lead for Finance and Business Strategy. Acknowledge CEO Brian. Acknowledge General Manager Service Delivery and Sustainability Program, Arun Pratap. Rosie will be presenting the first item when we get to it in item 3. Welcome to the other staff, gallery, and a particular welcome to those that are tuning in wherever that may be around the world at the moment. It's great to have your company in today's meeting, and a particular shout out to our Acting General Manager of Finance and Business Strategy, who I know is watching very closely this meeting, Anne-Marie Ryan, who couldn't unfortunately be here today, but she's watching, so shout out to you, Anne-Marie. Thank you for your attendance today as well. We do have an apology today from Councillor Carles. I'd like to have someone move the acceptance of that apology, moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Vonhoff. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Councillors, I do like to, as we all have done, begin the meeting with an acknowledgement of our traditional owners, and I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Gibel and Jarrell peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Councillors, it's tomorrow 4 weeks ago that we were sworn in as councillors. Seems like an age away for some of us, and I guess carrying on from Councillor O'Shea's comments around and Nick House's comments around the amount of reading for local laws, I'm sure the new councillors around the table have had some very late nights, and we have hit the ground running. It's been an extraordinary start to a 4-year term with what we've achieved so far, and I just want to acknowledge each and every one of the councillors for their commitment to date, and a particular acknowledgement to our staff. And when we go through item 3, the operational plan, you will see, councillors, the extraordinary efforts of this organisation during not only what we're seeing at the moment, but for the first 3 quarters. So I wanted to make a point of that before we move on to item 3. And just a reminder, councillors, that the discount period for water rates continues to the 23rd of June, and the $125 rate concession applies to those that are paid now. And if you're not someone who receives a water rate, that $125 rate concession will apply to your next rate. Extended the discount period to the 23rd of June. Councillors, item number 3 is the operational plan quarterly, the period of July 1 to March 31. And I preface that by mentioning the extraordinary effort of the council during that period of time. And if you look at the numbers of some 98% of our operational plan on track or monitoring, it's an extraordinary performance. So with those few words, Arun, would you like to introduce and then pass over to Rosie, I assume?
Thank you. Sorry, stay seated. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. Yes, apologies from Anne-Marie. She's not feeling well today. Look, just a very quick introduction before I hand over to Rosie for the detail. As you'd be aware, councillors, the operational plan really sets out almost the community promise that we make at the beginning of each financial year identifying what services we're going to provide and to what level. It also maps out how much those services cost and what our targets are. So we provide this a quarterly report. It's a CEO's report to the council on a quarterly basis. This is the final one for the financial year, and so it wraps up the what has been achieved. And as the chair has mentioned, there's been some significant services delivered to the community in some very trying circumstances in the last little while that you're all aware of. So with that, I might just hand over to Rosie, and we can get through some of the detail and talk about questions and queries you may have.
Thank you, and good morning, councillors. Is that coming through at the back? Okay, thank you. So this morning it's my pleasure to present you the July to March Operational Plan Progress Update, which is the first progress update for the new term of council. It's important to note that the operational plan is mapped directly to our 2019-2024 corporate plan, and it demonstrates, our operational plan demonstrates our commitment to our community, as Arun had mentioned, and it also demonstrates our delivery upon those goals, so people, place, sustainability, prosperity and performance, and how we're tracking in terms of our promise to our community. So it's important to note that within the report. The result does demonstrate a 98% progress against our actions with regards to on track and monitor. That is a stable result for us sitting at Q3 of the 2019-20 financial year, and we will bring the final end of financial year progress update to council in July. It's always critical that we continue to monitor our internal KPIs or our internal measures. Our external measures often tell us that we're a stable council, that we have financial sustainability and other sustainability measures, but our internal KPIs tells us our promise to our community. How are we delivering upon our services, and are we delivering the projects or initiatives that we said that we would at the beginning of the year? So at this point in time, we sit at 84% of KPIs currently on track and monitor. Now, some, as you would note in the report, have commentary to suggest that the previous couple of months, or February, March, have impacted our KPIs. So it is just a watching moment for us over the next 2 to 3 months as we follow through to the end of financial year. I always acknowledge, as Councillor Jeff McDonald did as well, the work of our officers and the general managers in compiling the report, but it's not just the compiling of the information, it's the delivery against those services. So as I said, there's many initiatives and large projects that need to be delivered throughout each financial year. So this report is about delivering that progress. So our financials will deliver to our councillors the progress of budget versus actuals, whereas this is the tangible progress against activities. Officers are always diligent in ensuring that the operational plan maps back against their intent for the end of financial year. So it's important to note as well in this report from attachments 7 through 12, there are a number of branches that have suggested amendments to the operational plan that we put forward today for your review and consideration. And that ensures that the targets and achievements that we're expecting for end of financial year are aligned to what is expected now in our current climate. We have experienced change. We have experienced a number of challenges over the last couple of months, and that's now reflected in a number of changes for the operational plan. So I acknowledge that we also have general managers in the room this morning, if you have any further detailed questions for myself or general managers. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Are there any questions or comments, councillors, about the report? No comments? Team,
Are we just doing the Office of the CEO or all of them, Chair? Sorry.
What's that, sorry, Tim?
Is this just the Office of the CEO report, or?
No, this is the whole report. The whole report. Any questions, comments on the whole report?
Certainly, Chair, if I might just take a moment to comment, I suppose, on the community and environment performance indicators, and that's attachment 2 of the plan report. And I know it's it ends in March 31, which is not really coronavirus season, but if I could just take a moment to highlight things in our region that are very much overwhelming the KPIs. Our library app downloads, we had a target of 100, and I'm very happy that we're now up to 2,908 library app downloads, some 29 times our KPI has been reached and overdone. Electronic downloads, we've exceeded our KPI by 12,000. E-books, we've exceeded our KPI by a further 12,000. participants in library coordinated special events, we had a KPI of 750, and this is on page 654. If you'd like to have a look, and by 31st of March, we've received 9,415. So from 700 as a target to 9,000, we're definitely doing really, really well in achieving our KPIs many times over in that. Just to highlight a few more stats, visitors to our library website, we've exceeded our KPI by 100,000 unique visits to the library website. Everywhere I look in that report, cultural services, multicultural, older persons, Milne Bay, a lot of the really good things that our region offers, we're really kicking goals in exceeding our KPI by many times. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander activities, we had a KPI of 300 persons involved, and I'm very happy to report that we've hit 3,000 persons involved, some 10 times our KPI. So I guess I just wanted to highlight that very much the importance of these cultural services, these sporting facilities in our region, and certainly the importance of them as we look to things like the Highfields Library, or our promises for things like swimming pools and cultural centres in some of the outlying regions. I suppose finally, if I could just highlight on page 658 of the report, there's a statistic about trees planted, and we had a KPI this year of 1,250 trees planted, and I'm very happy to report to the Chamber that as of 31st of March, there were 2,953 trees planted in our region, some 2.5 times the KPI. So I suppose for me that highlights, we had a lot of questions on the campaign trail regarding what are we doing for the environment, what are we doing to make us the green city, canopies for wildlife, wildlife corridors, making us livable, and the tree change that we are. I think the evidence of that, the proof's in the pudding. We had a huge KPI of 1,250 trees planted, and we've hit it out of the park 2.5 times over. So I'm certainly very honoured to be part of the community environment portfolio that is kicking so many goals. If I could acknowledge Councillors McDonald and outgoing Councillor Ramia on such an amazing work that they've done in this portfolio over a long period of time. Thanks to Nick and our general managers, there is a lot of really good stuff to report in this portfolio. I suppose my only question to General Manager Nick is if we need to make our KPIs quite larger and more challenging in this new financial year, since we're beating them in some cases 29 times over.
That's good commentary and a nice question to finish with, Councillor McMahon.
Turn it into a question. Thank you, Chair.
Good on you. General Manager Nick. Probably just around more the targets, I guess, KPI targets.
Good morning, Councillor McDonald, and thank you for the commentary and the question, Councillor McMahon. Yes, the answer to your question is yes. We need to review those targets, and they need to be amended to reflect the performance that we are realising. Each year we do that, and each year we continue to improve. Some of those areas are very difficult, have been very difficult to assess what a reasonable target is, particularly around the e-library resources, which you highlighted early in your commentary. Those things are growing exponentially, and we have, in fact, at the last quarterly review, increased them from their original annual target, and still the growth continues to be exponential above what we'd anticipated. So things are changing very rapidly. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a continued massive impact on the uptake of those services. So we've seen further exponential growth. So we're trying to wrap our heads around that and set targets that, aren't unrealistic and easy to achieve just to have a good news story. We certainly are trying to find something that's challenging to us. But you'll note one of the attachments is further changes to KPIs required, and tries to pick up on some of those. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Do you want to make a comment on that?
Just very quickly, councillors, in terms of the development of the operational plan for next year, that certainly comes to you as part of the annual budget councillor information session, so you'll be able to see exactly what has been put together or was proposed. At that point, you look at the KPIs, the milestones and things of that nature, and certainly councillor feedback and engagement will be sought at that point to further on GM Nick's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. Councillor Summerfield.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I thought it opportune to also mention that when we're not in drought, we normally plant about 5,000 street trees per year, so it's because we're in drought times that we're planting less. But I just wondered if it would be possible for us to go through each portfolio one by one so that everybody's who may have a question, and also that there be a representative here from Water and Waste, please. If someone could call them and make sure that we've got someone here.
Well, we might be able to leave Water and Waste till last.
Thank you.
And move through. So I'm quite comfortable with that, councillors, if you'd like to move through in that process. So the Office of CEO, are there any questions or comments in the Office of CEO? Councillor Shine?
Yeah, just on page 605, and it's probably because I don't understand how these things are comprised, but it says the Chief Executive Officer had as I read it, had a target of 81 and achieved 55, and there's an exclamation mark, meaning that it's the target is less than 85% and greater than 50%, as I understand it. Is there perhaps we could get some explanation as to what appears to be, some explanation of that?
Sure, thank you, Councillor Shine. We'll refer that to CEO. Ryan?
Councillor, you'd have to go into the detail, probably from page 615 on.
615.
I'll give you the information behind those. Go page 615 through to page... Sorry.
Through you, Chair, will I explain how we get to the result while our CEO gets to the detail for the Office of the CEO? So,
that'd be good background, thanks.
For reference, the page that Councillor Shine is referring to is contained within the report rather than the attachments, and it is in relation to listing out our groups and branches and their achievement or the average target, and then the achievement against where they are now. So the average target is an average of the expected target for the detailed actions contained for each group and branch. And then the average action completion is that it's the average completion of those actions, so the detail contained under each group and branch. So for the Office of the CEO, which you mentioned, there is an average completion of 55% against a expected target of 81%. But the CEO is correct. We then go to the detail contained within the attachment to see which actions are actually contributing to that lower score against the target that was expected. So there still are, right down in the detail, some ups and downs in terms of performance against those actions.
So, CEO, did you want to elaborate a bit further on a couple of those?
I suppose if councillors have any questions, particularly, you'll see there's, as was pointed out before, there's red crosses, green ticks and exclamation marks in orange. So if the green ticks obviously from that page that I was talking on before are all okay. So if there's any questions in relation to any of the orange or reds, which probably would bring the average down, I suppose. So if there's any particular ones you'd like some clarity on.
Question, Councillor Summerfield.
Yes, I've got one, if I could get some clarity, please, on 4995, which is on page 7 or page 616 on board books. And that's in relation to, is it in relation to EPMO, through you, Chair, to Brian? And if it is, shouldn't that now be under ISG, or is it staying under CEO if it is EPMO?
That's all of the measuring all of the branches across the whole organisation, about whether some of them those are done through the Office of the Project Management Officer. Some of those are obviously done through the branch or groups. They're actually all supposed to be following a project management framework in relation to that one. So this is about an information system across the whole of the organisation. So that happened at this point in time, where there's one formal integrated system that goes right across as through our IT system.
Okay, thank you. And so then in relation to the actual performance of it, can you advise what steps are being taken to encourage staff to use that strategic framework?
Each of the general managers have been asked to follow that project management framework in the different tiers. So there's different tiers of how that's integrated within the organisation. So they all should be following that. So on an exception basis, we'll follow those up to see what is the issues within those particular areas. I haven't got that information to hand at this point in time, but we can certainly we'll be asking those questions as to why the project management framework hasn't been followed in those particular instances.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the Office of CEO, councillors? If not, we'll move to the next one, and Councillor McMahon certainly had some good commentary and a question through that. Are any other questions for Environment Community? Comments? If not, sorry, we have Councillor.
Page 10 of 10. Oh no, sorry, it's in the amendments, which is we'll do them at the end, won't we?
Do them at the end. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, Nick.
That's okay. So moving then, no other questions there. Sorry, Councillor Shine.
I think we're still in the same one. Page 645, would that be still in the...
Which one, sorry?
645, page...
645?
Just on the...
645. Yeah. That is still in Environment Community, yes.
Okay. The second item is the Carnival of Flowers. Just a query, is it, what's the latest on whether it's on or off?
General Manager Nick Hauser through... you might give a commentary on that, Nick, just a quick update.
At the risk of writing tomorrow's headline in the newspaper, yes, we're hoping that it's still on, Councillor Shine. We're doing our best to work towards that. Obviously, we are monitoring the easing of restrictions around the pandemic. It's noted that it mightn't look the same that it has in the past. There might have to be some changes to events and the way they're delivered and whether they go ahead, but there will be a Carnival of Flowers in some form.
Thank you.
It's a watch this space.
Well done.
Yes, from a environment, from a health perspective and directions from higher above.
1st of July is the big announcement.
Right.
Yeah, I think...
Answer your question, Councillor Shines?
Could I ask another one?
Certainly.
Okay. I think it's page 650 in relation to art galleries. Like no doubt all other councillors, I've been to the Rosalie Gallery at Gumbunji, which is very impressive. But I've also been to the Clifton one, and there was concerns expressed about their longevity in the premises of which they're in, which I think the people who run it would like the council to purchase it. Do you know if there's any consideration given to a permanent ownership of a gallery site at Clifton?
There is an art group at Clifton that leases council premises.
Are they?
Yes, the Clifton Dabblers.
Already owned.
I'm not aware of any unhappiness or any queries in relation to those premises, and unaware of any desire for them to purchase their own. Or they're happy.
It must have been either a misunderstanding on their part or mine, but it's my recollection was that they were concerned about the ownership of the place, and there might have been an opportunity to purchase it. Thank you.
The old rural fire service facility, I think, and council's fixed it up for them a little bit, and they've done a little bit themselves, and I thought it was operating quite well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Any other questions for Environment Community? No other questions or comments there. We'll move on to Finance and Business, which is attachment 3. Finance and Business. Perhaps Arun might be able to answer any questions or comments there. Any questions or comments?
Rosie.
And Rosie as well. Everyone's here.
Everyone's
here. Any questions in regard to Finance and Business, councillors, or comments? No comments or questions or queries? I guess a comment or a question from me would be in regard to ICT program. So it's on page 702 in the board books, and it talks about the workload that obviously has been brought on for a variety of projects that have been in place. And I just wonder, perhaps Arun, through service delivery, this might be something that's raised as far as workload that seems to have grown through the COVID response, and how that branch or that group is actually managing that additional workload with the items that are in 9 activities and target was 3. Has there been any feedback in regard to that, perhaps?
Thank you, Chair. Look, councillors, what's been happening with the workload in ICT, we've spoken about it with the previous council, has been an emerging trend probably within the last 12 to 18 months. You'd be aware of some of the major projects that council is undertaking, for example, the new depot and its requirement for ICT services. Without connectivity to that particular facility, obviously it's not going to be an optimised facility. So major projects like that have been an additional workload to really keeping the lights on, if I can use that term, and supplying all of the ICT equipment and keeping this organisation up to a contemporary standard as far as IT is concerned. So we can't talk about that without also thinking about the salary and wages component of our organisation or our staff numbers. We've got pretty much fixed numbers and fixed staff salary and wages amounts, for example. So increasing resources in order to meet that demand is not as easy as it otherwise would be. So we are attempting to meet those demands with the existing resources that we have. Consequently, we've seen workloads imposed upon our staff that are quite heavy, and they have taken a toll in certain areas. COVID-19 was then an additional demand on the organisation. However, there was a silver lining, if I can put it that way, in that it made everything, it focused us all on one particular event rather than multiple events and multiple major projects, as it were. Didn't lessen the demand in any way, shape or form, but it just refocused on a particular event. So we'll still be faced with meeting the requirements of major project work, as well as their business as usual ICT into the future, in an environment where our staff costs and staff numbers are very heavily restricted.
Mm. So would it be fair to say, Arun, that COVID-19 may well have even elevated further the importance of ICT as a priority for this council?
Absolutely. So in terms of our reliance on ICT, it absolutely shone a light on that. And implementation of social distancing, having multiple people, up to 500 people working off-site or from remote locations, and the ICT needs that were required, absolutely highlighted our investment previously and our ongoing investment in ICT work.
Thanks, Arun. Councillor Shine, then Councillor Shine.
Just to page 689, in relation to the procurement results, it indicates that of 225 million total payments year to date, 132.7 million, 59% was paid to local suppliers, and 22.7 million payments in March, with 13.6 million paid to local suppliers, 60%. Can you comment on those figures in terms of their what targets were in mind and what the feeling is about those results, which appear to me to be quite favourable?
Thank you, Councillor. Well, as the results are pretty close to what we originally intended in terms of a target, and as you'd be aware, we're focusing very, very heavily on supporting local business across the region, particularly as a result of COVID-19. We'll be presenting some more results in the monthly performance statement to Council at the ordinary meeting next week to identify how that's been tracking from a business as usual point of view, and then plus COVID-19 thereafter. I suspect that the council's resolutions from the special meeting and in assisting local suppliers even further will start to flow through, certainly if not this month, the end of May, so there will be a delay in getting that to you by a month, but certainly through to May and June. So we're very hopeful of not only meeting that 60% target, but exceeding it before the end of the financial year.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Item 8 today in the agenda may well help lift those targets even further over the next 6 or 7 months or so. Councillor O'Shea? I think
he's still going.
Sorry?
Well, a couple more, but...
Are you still going? You're right, Councillor Sean. Keep going.
Page 703.
703.
It refers to drug and alcohol testing. That's something that council does as a regular occurrence, and to whom does it apply?
So I missed that. I'm sorry.
The drug and alcohol testing.
Oh yes.
Is that something that council does regularly, and how is it conducted?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Councillor. Yes, it is part of our business as usual to conduct random tests across the organisation, indoor, outdoor staff. Nobody's excluded. General managers, the whole executive management team was tested as part of an EMT meeting not so long ago. So it's a regular business as usual activity for our organisation.
So is there a tolerance for degree, for example, of alcohol one can have in one's blood at any particular time? Like if somebody had a beer at lunchtime, is that not allowed?
We have no tolerance. There's zero alcohol content, is my understanding, although there may be a comment from the floor there, Mike.
General Manager Mike Brady, would you like to find a microphone? Maybe use the one on my desk, perhaps might be easier.
Is this on?
That's okay.
Okay. Councillors, drug and alcohol testing goes across, as General Manager SDR indicated, across the whole organisation. When it comes to our actual policy around things such as alcohol, it is all our plant operators have zero tolerance, all those sorts of heavy vehicle, heavy plant. That said, in the general populace of, say, business as usual people, there's the 0.05, so we work within, for general vehicle driving, we work within the laws of the state when it comes to that. And then there's policy around drug testing and what we do if somebody's found with drug testing, and they go through various steps there as well.
Thanks. Right. Another one?
Yes.
Keep going, that's good.
Page 706, third of the way, the third item there, or the third paragraph under performance, refers to a number of other trainees and apprentices will have their training contracts suspended where redeployment is not an option. I was just wondering what has been the result there, how many, if any, have had their contracts suspended, and does that mean that they are not paid during that period of suspension?
I might have to take that one on notice if I could, Councillor Kerrier, in terms of the payment option, but yeah.
Take it on notice and circulate a response, if not before next Tuesday. We'll have a response for next Tuesday during the report. Councillor O'Shea, sorry, Councillor Sean, you're exhausted so far, right? Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Chair. My question through you to Ron is on, we are on, of the report, 73 of 189 or page 684 of board book. So I was just curious around that target and just the customer service branch continues basically working around that real estate portal, enabling customers to obtain relevant and publicly available rating information online. Might be one on notice, I'm not sure, but I'm just curious around what exactly that is and if that ties in at all in some ways, you know, how we've had in the last a few years, you know, issues around information that people have, you know, tried to obtain and things like that, and infrastructure charges, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's part of the question might be relevant, but yeah, just generally what that is or if it's related to that.
Thank you, Councillor James. Through you, Chair. Look, that's a service improvement initiative in terms of providing additional channels for our customers to obtain information from council. So we question or test on a regular basis just the way in which we do things and become very used to it, the way in which we do things. But improve on that, particularly as a result of customer feedback. For example, rate inquiries and things of that nature. If we can do it in a self-service manner by creating a portal, so invest in some simple IT, provide a channel for customers to easily follow through our website to a particular query or question that they may have by the creation of a portal, then that's what we've been attempting to do. So we're really turning our face-to-face engagement or traditional face-to-face engagements into online portals, if you like, because there's an emerging trend where self-service, from home, for example, another example of what's happened in COVID-19, where information and requests can be assisted just by accessing our IT.
So I just follow up to that, please. So I assume that that's just a work in progress, hence the...
I think some of these things have come to a grinding halt for obvious reasons for the moment.
It may well be affected by the pandemic. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Oh, thank you, Mr Chair. Probably just follow up from Councillor Shine's question about the drug and alcohol testing. And I like the terminology that you don't go positive, you're a non-negative, that's correct? Yep. Does that apply to the elected representatives just asking for a friend?
Just asking for a friend.
To my knowledge, and I might seek advice from others, but to my knowledge, elected members have not been tested to date. But I imagine it would be a magnificent exemplar of leadership if you were to volunteer.
We're certainly not immune from the testing, though.
Can I make a comment there, Mr Chair? I was tested once for a damp card out at the airport, so I was tested.
Okay.
Because everyone has to do that for there, so that was in that one particular area. That's some years ago now.
How'd you go?
And I passed it.
Passed it with flying colours. Good.
0.
Non-negative.
So, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, does that answer your question? So it could happen at any time, any day, any moment. And it sounds like you're volunteering at any time, any day, any moment. Well done. Any other questions or queries for Finance and Business Strategy? If not, we'll move to Infrastructure Services Group. Infrastructure Services, we've got GM Mike Brady with us. You can utilise my area there, Mike. Any questions or comments?
Not a question, Mr Chair, but for all our general managers, just a recognition, I suppose, and our managers and people. With COVID, there's been so much extra work and so many different ways and delays. In the library, there's, extension, exponential increase in people accessing things online, and then also in Parks and Gardens, Nick would have that balanced out with having to manage how the work's done, and I guess in infrastructure, also in finance, there's extra work for there, but every general manager, every section of council has had to change the way they do business, and the CEO as well, where it all comes back to him at the end of the day. So I'd just like to recognise that.
Good.
And say thank you to every single one, our staff and as well, because I don't think it's to be, it is a huge change, and in some areas a lot of an extension on time for things to be done, and in not being able to have gangs and groups, and then it comes home to in the IT area, it's a lot more work. So I'd just like to recognise our whole teams, out from the CEO down to every manager and the people who are working differently at home, and everybody's trying to make it work, and I'd like to say thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Question, Councillor Summerfield, or comment?
Yeah, questions if I could to General Manager Mike, through you, Jeff. Going to page 111 on board books, 40197 KPI. First stage reseals completed, preparation works for next year's reseals yet to be undertaken, so 100% but 80% done. If you could comment on that, but also that the other statistics of roadworks not met at this point. We're 3/4 of the way through our year, and asphalt 47%. Road rehabilitation program is an issue, and it also, the road rehabilitation program mentions wet weather. Well, we have had a few showers, but we've basically been in drought most of the year. So I just wondered if you could comment, maybe an overall comment on roadworks, which, you know, we know that for many people, roads are the only thing that they get for their rates. So I'm just keen to hear your thoughts on why we're not really meeting our targets.
Councillors, I don't like necessarily giving excuses for things that happen, but, you know, working back from COVID-19, we actually started this quarter in severe drought and also doing repairs in the north and even out south of Millmerran with respect to the bushfires. So that was the start of the year. By Australia Day, we'd started to get a bit of rain, and by February we had a major flood event, you know, which is going to be quite significant. As previously reported to Council, the effect of that rain event and the rain that we have had has probably been a 4 to 6 week delay on program. And when I look at projects such as Bowmanville-Moola and other projects like that, that we were hoping or aiming for an end of April completion, they'll be definitely end of May, early June completion. In regards to some of the reseal programs and asphalt programs, asphalt's not a worry. There's a lot of asphalt work being done currently. A lot of that's being completed in the fourth quarter, and will be fully expended. As will the reseal program. The reseal program's basically finished. A lot of what you see here is based off financials, so it's actually where a lot of our work actually finishes in March, but the payment of the bills and that don't come through until April into May. So there is a lag in time on some of the numbers that you see here. So the actual here is on a lot of that performance is based on the financials. So the actual dollars aren't hitting the books until the bill's paid. So they're in that commitment space. So as far as those things, in respect to our rehab program, we started the year a little bit slow, and a lot is being done now. A lot of that's, and I've talked to Council over the years about having sufficient funding up front in the year before, putting money into into design early in the preceding years, so that we can get in front of our program a little bit, rather than trying, in some cases, to design and construct in the same year. And over the years, that's funding that was there for some of that work has been whittled back. So that does put a bit of pressure and does slow the start of a year, with a lot of the work then, the actual construction on groundwork, coming in the third and fourth quarters, where that pressure comes on a bit. So that's probably just a general overview comment on why the program is where the program is.
Thank you. And it's just a second question.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Jeff. So number 5071, and I'm sorry I didn't write the page number down for it. Footpath and cycleway delivery is nil, and I'm just wondering why we would have nil for footpaths and cycleway, given that there's a lot of...
That's the nil of 60%. Yeah, it was actually just...
Yes, nil of 60.
Yeah.
What page are we on there?
It is page... I'm looking at it a moment ago. 6-1.
We have a lot of discussion around, you know, there's no money for footpaths and cycleways.
It's on page 727 of board books, or 115 of 189. That's the third one from the top.
The design's in progress.
So, from April. Yeah, so the performance there, it's a design of projects are in progress with construction program for April 2020. So you probably had 5 or 10% in there being the design phase, but there's the construction's being done Q4, which is now. So again, with our works, and that's something to note, probably with all programs councils, obviously they spread right across the year from July through to June. So some projects, depending whether they're north, south or central, may not start or commence their actual construction until the fourth quarter in some cases. So that's the case there. I think they've only got one footpath, that's the one at Hayden, the north.
No one's going to use.
Councillor, is there any other questions in regard to ISG? I have one, Mike, on page 730 of 1340, or page 118 of 189, and it refers to the percentage of footpath and cycleway program, footpath works completed at Elton Street, Cambodia. And it says we were to be 60% and we've completed 162.7.
Eaton Street.
And the one below it says we've completed 158%. I'm just wondering whether that means we've done more footpath than what we anticipated we'd do in those areas to get over 100% of the completion.
I'll call it an exemplary effort.
Oh, you're doing a bit extra.
Yeah, it's basically they've done some additional footpath whilst they're there in essence for when that typically occurs. That's why, as I was saying before, in regards to the expenditure profiles, so the length of work they've done whilst they're there, so there may have been some adjustments to the scope of work that was originally perceived to what's actually being achieved.
Okay, so it's Eaton Street, Cambodia.
Eaton Street. Mr Chair, I think that's a bus stop shelters going in there and may have some reason why there's been some extra footpath put down.
Well, that's a positive story in its own right.
Yeah, it is.
Any other questions or comments in regard to infrastructure? If not, we'll move on to planning and development. General Manager Summers is here. Any questions, queries, comments for General Manager Summers? Did you want to make any particular comment, General Manager Summers?
No, other than to say that the strategic planning area is really gearing up for the next couple of years in terms of reviewing, or not reviewing, but getting into amending and building a new planning scheme. But as a precursor to that, the regional growth plan will be done certainly in consultation with the entire organisation to build the platform on which we can prepare the planning scheme and the LGIP. They're the really key projects for my group in terms of that strategic planning work. From DA perspective, it's pretty much working as per normal, and we're reviewing a couple of things. I think, as I mentioned the other day, we've got the electronic lodgement portal being further sophisticated, along with reviewing the agreements we have with other parts of this organisation in terms of getting advice for our DA planners in a timely manner.
Thank you, General Manager Summers. On page 759 on board books, this might be a question on notice, Stuart, but halfway down the page there's dollar value variance of SDI cost of service benchmarks. Marches seem a downturn in something's quite not right there. Applications across the industry due to the current economic climate, but I just wonder that's the variation of SDI costs. So that's actually less cost, or is it more cost? So there's a variation of that which would be additional cost over and above a target of zero. It's probably a question on notice, based on the look on your face. Maybe it'll be a question on notice.
I wasn't expecting a question on that one.
Righto. Well, can you get back to us?
I'll take that on notice.
That'd be great, just to see what that one is.
Suggest revenue.
A lot of green though in there, which is nice to see. Good. Any other questions for Councillor Summerfield?
Yes, thank you. through you to Stuart. Stuart, in relation to the regional township place plans about economic stimulus and placemaking on page 768 on board book, sorry. I thought all of these plans were actually complete and that we're in the implementing stage, and so I'm rather surprised that they're in there and they've got a red mark against them, because I thought we had well and truly endorsed economic stimuli plans for all of our regional towns, and that we even had signed off on what the implementation plan was, and yet in this we're talking about graphics and graphic design for draft regional placemaking toolkit is in progress. I thought we'd progressed well and truly past this point. And I also note that it's been delayed because of competing higher priorities with other urban design projects. So I'm just wondering if you could give me an update on what's really going on there, please.
Yes, there's certainly in the general program for strategic planning and in the urban design area, that's Anne's area. Basically, in terms of the placemaking exercises, we have indicated to a number of district townships that we will be going back and doing more work. Unfortunately, we don't have the manpower or woman power to be carrying that out. So, but there is work certainly to be done, and there are expectations out there in some of the district towns that further work will be done. Some of it comes out of the work that the townships have done themselves as part of that economic development initiative. But yes, does that answer your question?
Not really. Perhaps we could revisit that with an information session at some stage to bring everybody up to speed, including the new councillors, so that everybody's aware of where we're at, because I really had thought we had signed off on that and we were actually implementing. So it'd be great to be updated. That's okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Gentleman Summers, you're comfortable with providing that information at a future information session? I know we were distributed some literature which indicates...
Right, we're talking about placemaking, are we? Which section? There's
economic
graphic design
stimulus
for
and
draft
placemaking.
Regional placemaking. The era,
Economic stimulus, yes.
and yeah, because it does cross over there. The urban design area and economic development cross over at that point.
Before I go to Councillor Taylor, I'd just like...
Oh, if I could just comment on that, Mr Chair, not all the district townships were involved in that. There were just a few of them.
Yeah, right. Arun, would you like to make comment on this? Because it ties in nicely with our discussions, broader discussions for budgeting.
It does. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Councillors, we might be able to supercharge this particular KPI very shortly when we present next week to you in an information session the COVID-19 stimulus package, or part 2, as part of next year's budget. So we've got a number of criteria within that pool of funds that we're proposing Council consider that uses compliance with these placemaking plans, or these township area plans, as a criteria for submitting particular projects to you. So this one might get a significant boost depending on what you think of what's presented just next week.
So if I could make a comment on that, is that for all the district townships or just the ones that have been involved in this, in the initiative? There were only 3 or 4, I do believe.
Yes.
There was a lot more.
So through you, Chair, the projects that we've reviewed those that are aligned to the regional town growth action plans that have been done across just a number of regional towns.
Just a few.
However, what we've also done is looked at the full list of projects and looked for those projects that may provide economic stimulus or economic benefit to those other regional towns that weren't part of the growth action plan piece.
Because there are quite a few of the, with more population and whatever as well. So I'd be very grateful and happy to support it, should it be on an equal playing field. Thank you.
That's been our approach.
That's certainly
see how we go next week.
That's certainly been the focus from this council to officers, and they've taken it on board with great gusto, I have to say.
that's
So
wonderful.
looking forward to
Forward to seeing it.
stage two's, working through at the workshop next week. Councillor O'Hara Sullivan is next.
Mr Chair, Stuart, I know that you, all the resources are going into the development of the new planning scheme. But could you just kind of give us an update there on the green infrastructure strategy? I see that the project plan progress is only sort of slightly under the target, but just trying to make sure that that is kept front of mind and moved along as...
Which particular plan?
It's the, on page 767. So it's, well, I guess just sort of a quick update on why that's not progressing where it is. You might need to take that on notice, I guess.
We're talking green infrastructure. Green infrastructure. Councillors, on page 767 of board books, but page 154 in the report.
Yeah, that's...
You got that one?
And again, sorry, your question was?
Well, I guess just concerned about sort of it not falling off the radar, but falling behind schedule. And is there our focus? Is there a willingness to have a focus on that, given that we're developing the new planning scheme and doing the work on the LGIP?
Yes, the next step there is an implementation plan that will follow on from the strategy that Council adopted earlier this year. One of the wheels has fallen off in a sense on that work because we have two environmental planners, and one of them has resigned and gone to state government to work, and we are still attempting to replace that person. And that particular person was driving this particular green policy, green infrastructure policy. So that has stalled, but there's certainly, it doesn't mean that there's no major priority in the group to get it moving again. We just need to get the resources back online.
Okay. I guess the comment is just we'll keep an eye on it.
There was certainly a lot of effort put into getting the strategy up.
Sure.
And that same group is working on the LGIP as well.
Very good. Any other questions for planning and development? A couple on notice there, General Manager, so that's good.
Yes, thank you for that.
No trouble at all. Here to help. Our next group is the Water and Waste Services. Thank you, Damien, for making time to be here. Any questions or comments? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you to General Manager Platts, I refer to a few KPIs on page 796 of Board Books, KPI 04142, on Board Books again, page 794, KPI 04897, and again on Board Books page 789, MO 4406. These are all numbers that seem to relate to the situation we've got to the south of the region and the costs associated with trucking in water and trucking out waste. We've got some small numbers broken down in each of those KPIs. My question is, can you give us a monthly cost, please, that we're paying to truck in water and to truck out waste to those four centres to the south? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor, and through you, Mr Chair. Yes, we have an issue in the southern region, in particular at the Clifton system. Yes, we're trucking in 310 tonnes of water. That's 11 to 12 truckloads a day. 2 semis are working 12-hour shifts, rotating. We are trucking the majority of that. That system is on high-level water restrictions, so 150 litres per person per day. The community has responded very well and is using much less than, based off their population, than the required limit, and we felt, the council felt at information sessions late last year that the community was working very well. The wastewater is also being trucked out into the Wairima pump station. We had an issue with some desludging of some lagoons, and we are working with our regulators, Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy, Department of Environment and Science and Queensland Health in relation to that system. We've incurred costs for pump outs in the order of $650,000. This is up until the end of April, and about $485,000 on water pumping into Clifton, and this is all since the precise date fails me, but it was mid-November, I believe. Is that satisfactory, Councillor?
Thank you, General Manager Platt. So just to confirm, from between November and April, if we're looking at waste, the cost has been in the order of $650,000. And if we're looking at water, again, between November and April, we're looking at $485,000.
Correct. So the waste, there's 4 sewage ponds there, wastewater ponds. We had to empty all of those ponds, and we're working on a sewage outcome there, and we'll be coming to council very shortly with the capital program for next year for an alternate sewage treatment process in Clifton, with a view to some irrigation on land that council owns. I want to say it's to the west. I'm just trying to remember where the sun sets went on there. I think it's to the west of where the existing lagoons are. And those ponds are quite deep, so we've taken that water out. So we started by pumping out the sewage, and it was more volume of sewage than it was of water. And of course, we can't take sewage offline or ask people not to flush. So as they've continued, that material keeps coming through, and we're catching up. But we've caught up, and the water is only in one pond at Clifton. Indeed, Councillor, we visited that site last week, and we did a briefing there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thanks, Damon. Thanks, Councillor Vonhoff. Any other questions or comments for Water and Waste? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you. If I could just do a follow-up first on the previous speaker, and that is in relation to the pump out being $650,000 and the transporting of water $485,000. Don't we do 11 trucks in with water and 3 trucks out with sewage each day? And why would that be? The costs be skewed differently? Is it because of the initial pump out, or?
Councillor Summerfield, through your chair, yes, it's more difficult to pump sewage than it is to pump potable water. You have there's smaller trucks, so there's more loads, but to get on top of the 4 ponds there, yes, there was a significant amount of work, and I thank our contractors in particular for working around the clock to get that situation under control. Now we are settling down to a lower volume of sewer pump out trucks per day, but to get on top of and lower the ponds was a significant volume of work, yes.
Thank you. So then my questions, I just wondered, on the graph on page 777 on board books, it indicates that water planning and capital delivery are not on track at all, that there's no actual outcomes there. Could you elaborate, please?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Summerfield, through your chair. Across the capital program, principally it comes down to 2 projects. We were thinking about doing a Tier 2 facility both at Clyneton and Wairima on some assessments of the ratepayers' views in and around Wairema and the suitability of those roads for the connectivity. We came through council for a decision in relation to the Wairema facility and decided to discontinue that Wairema facility at its current location or proposed location and reassess the Southern Growth Corridor. So the Clinton T2, Tier 2 facility was in the same contract, so we put them in as separable portions. We've continued with the Clinton contract, and that Tier 2 facility is being constructed on an existing landfill site and still a fully operating waste transfer station. So part of that is a waste story in terms of we'll be coming back to council to talk about the southern waste strategy and where that location should be, and I wouldn't want to suggest a site before we run that through council. So that's on the waste side of the business, and on the water side of the business, it's been a very challenging year, councillors. We've had, as Mike said, I don't want to have excuses, but we've had a drought, a significant fire that burnt the entire catchment of Perseverance and Cressbrook from November forward. We've had the COVID response. We've had a 1 in 500 year flood event, as well as some issues with the Cressbrook pump station. Councillors, you remember in the fire, we lost all power to Cressbrook Dam. And that's the C1 pump station at the dam and C2, which is the booster pump station across from the ski boat club near Perseverance Dam. Now, due to the magnificent efforts of Energy Queensland, Ergon Energy, they were able to restore power to those sites on the Thursday following the Saturday of the massive bushfires, and we were in there and it was still burning. And I thank Mr Mayor and his coordination with some of the CEOs and the relevant ministers at the time to get the attention into that. So that delayed, that delayed some of the work at Perseverance for the pump station, where we're taking a very old pump, which is down in the intake tower. There's only one pump sitting there in service. Toowoomba was basically balanced. We lost Cressbrook. We were balanced off Perseverance, and in there at the moment, this current year, we are not only planning to upgrade the pumps to a low lift and a high lift configuration, very similar to Ivanhoe, but also increase the substation from 3.3 kVA to 11 kVA. When we went to go and take Perseverance offline after the fires and we had restored Cressbrook back to full operational capacity, there was some harmonics that were happening in the pumps at Cressbrook 1 and then at Cressbrook 2, and we have 2 pumps at Cressbrook 1 and 2 pumps at Cressbrook 2. We had one line that was working. So we delayed some of the work at Perseverance in order to make sure that we had adequate redundancy and reliability to maintain water provision to Toowoomba Bulk, and that has led to some delay in the Perseverance project, and that's principally the 2 projects in the capital program which have largely impacted the delivery.
Thank you.
Okay, that answer your question?
I'd just like to mention that the Perseverance pump replacement decision was made in about 2015 from memory. Look, I'd just like to go to page 803 on board books, or page 189 in the report. There's March expenditure for the delivery of wastewater capital program. The comments given for it only being 37% progressed is March expenditure was 37.3% compared with EOM target of 64. That's actually not a reason. I'm just wondering what the reason was, if we could.
Sorry, Councillor, I did have difficulty with the page numbers that you're talking to there.
Page 803 on board books or 189 in the report? Very last page.
In the comment sections, the milestone and then the comment. So second last one and last one.
Councillor, if I may take that as a question on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Damien. Any quick question, Mr Mayor?
Can I ask the General Manager, is fire mitigation, particularly given what happened previously and what could happen in the future, I guess, is fire mitigation a consideration in terms of preserving our pumps and keeping them safe, and the lines into those pumps?
Mr Mayor, yes, and I may actually call on General Manager Hauser to come up and assist me if I stray a little bit. The catchments and the fire management are principally within Environment Community Services portfolio. But in terms of the electricity reliability, particularly to Crestbrook, we are talking with Ergon about, you'll recall, Mr Mayor, that strand of electricity line goes from the Perseverance pump station way up onto the right, onto the left-hand side, up on the hill of the Perseverance Dam before it goes across the gorge. And it was that particular span, there are two poles up there on that high point. One pole had burnt out, and when these fires come through and burn those treated pine posts, it's not the entire post, it actually just loses the last 3 feet. And this post was completely suspended in mid-air, and it looked like a magician had cast a spell. We are working with Ergon, and I'm bringing a energy paper to the council. We would like to put underwater dual 11 kV lines across Perseverance. I'll have to work with Ergon to do that. That will be their infrastructure. And we'll be talking with them about whether it's cost effective to underground the power from C2, which is across from the Ski Boat Club, over to C1 at Crestbrook Dam. If that's a significant cost or unfeasible, how do I ensure another feeder coming into C1? And if that's not affordable or achievable, then standby generation at Crestbrook Dam itself, and we'll be comparing those options. And at the moment, we're also talking about augmenting the Kubi Dam pumps and upgrading them from 1930s to 2020s, and that will provide greater redundancy. There is a bit of a green gap between the Kubi catchment and Perseverance and Crestbrook, and I hope never to see a fire similar to Peachy again. That was quite a scary incident when we were up there. But yes, we're working on the electricity reliability, Mr Mayor, absolutely. And I'll work collaboratively with Cross Council to assist with the management of those catchments.
Thank you. Thanks, Amy. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Along those lines of Mayor Antonio's question, I actually, through you, Chair, have a question for General Manager Hauser. Back in the, if you'll allow this indulgence, Mr Chair, back in the Environment and Community Report, on page 667 of board books, or page 57 of the report, the milestone 04113, prepare and implement individual prescribed burn plans as agreed and discussed at Toowoomba LGA Fire Managers Forum. And the progress on that is 20%. The indicator is a red cross. And we've got the duration there of the 1st of July last year through to the 30th of June this year. The comment is, drought and high fire danger prevented prescribed burns in late 2019. Summer rains have been widespread and will likely result in appropriate burn conditions into autumn and winter. However, operational restrictions due to COVID-19 remain unclear. So the first question, or the first comment, which is the duration that's been specified is up until the 30th of June of this year, which is incredibly late in the fire window, the fire management prevention window, if we consider that we probably only have until the end of August, and we're saying that we've got until the end of June to come up with these prescribed burn plans. That doesn't seem to be an adequate management of the window of opportunity. My question is, what's being done to increase that progress from 20% to, I would hope, 100%?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr Chair. Councillor, the the window, the duration that's indicated there is for the entire year. So that accounts for planning and the actual implementation of the plans. The duration is not just the prescribed burning window, but it's also the planning period as well. Since the end of this quarter and the updating of and reporting on this operational plan, the Toowoomba Region Area Fire Management Group has met and discussed the burn priorities, and they have been developed. And as recently as last night, in reviewing my group monthly report to come to you next week, councillors, there's a list of areas to be burnt beginning now. So Operation Cool Burn through QFES has commenced, and you're aware of some work that they've done, and we've identified those blocks of land that council will be doing, so that list is available.
Follow-up question? Yeah, sure.
Supplementary question. Thank you, Mr Chair. What is the expectation then of progress by the 30th of June, please?
Well, by the 30th of June, we will have implemented that plan. I would imagine that it would be at 100%, subject to the weather conditions that might present constraints to us, but at the moment it's looking positive to us.
Sorry, clarification, Mr Chair.
Sure.
Prepare and implement those plans?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a session coming up this afternoon, in fact, too, an information session that will probably cover off on some of this, I'd imagine. Good. Thank you, Councillor Vonhoff. Any other questions for water and waste? No other questions for water and waste? Thank you. Thanks, Damien. Okay, we'll move now to attachment 7. And I think, Councillor Summerfield, you might have flagged a question in one of these.
I think it is. Mine's attachment.
Attachment 9, is it? Okay. No queries on attachment 7. Changes, Chief Executive. Attachment 8. Attachment 9, then we go to Parks and Recreation for changes. Councillor Summerfield, you had a...
So on page 10 of 10, which is 822 in the board books, talking about the main lookout construction and the percentage of construction of the Tobruk lookout. And over in the reasons for the amendment, target no longer able to be achieved due to contract award delays required to complete force majeure legal review. I'm just wondering, sorry, I'm not near my microphone there. I'm just wondering what the reason is for that delay.
Sure.
Given that people are, continuing to work from home and continuing to do their job through the...
Thanks for the question, Councillor Summerfield. And there's been a couple of these. Tender assessments and tender award was occurring during the great period of uncertainty around close downs and restrictions associated with COVID-19. And so conditions were inserted into contracts to protect both council and be fair to the contractor. Should supply chains be interrupted, should they not be able to secure labour forces and the like, so that we weren't exposed and we weren't imposing unfair conditions on contractors.
Thanks very much, Nick. That's good.
Thank you. Thanks, Nick. Councillors, any other queries in regard to attachment 10, service improvement? There's only one minor one there I saw from 3 to 2.8. Attachment 11, strategic planning, or attachment 12, change for transport and drainage. No other questions or comments in regard to that, councillors. There is a recommendation before us then. The council note the organisational performance as outlined in the 2019-20 operational plan quarter 3 progress report, July to March. Have someone to move that? Moved by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, seconded by Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you.
Councillors, I propose that we adjourn the meeting for 15 minutes just for a morning tea break. That was a very, very good discussion, I have to say, operational plan. It was excellent. So 15 minutes, councillors, and then we'll resume the meeting with item 4. It's item 4. Can I have someone to move to adjourn? Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Harold Taylor. Those in favour? Motion's carried. 15 minutes. Thank you, councillors. Resume the meeting for Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting and move directly to item number 4, which is better protection for employees policy. We have the Manager of Governance and Legal Services, Mr Grant Wilson, here to talk to that. So, Grant, I might pass directly on to you, if you don't mind, just to give us a summary of what this policy is about.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillors, perhaps if I do summarise first, or try to summarise first what this is all about. The state government have legislated to implement the recommendations of the Queensland Law Reform Commission, and you will see in this report the terms on which the state government has seen fit to pass its legislation. That legislation hasn't as yet been mirrored in the Local Government Act. This report simply recommends to you that you may see fit to do the same as the state government have done, and to that end there is a draft policy proposed that will allow you to implement that position if that is something that you wish to adopt. I should also preface the discussion by saying that the issues that we're dealing with are probably largely academic, because I haven't experienced one example in my life in local government where any council has actually tried to sue its employees for and recover the losses that they may sustain as a result of their employees' negligence. But if I could give you a bit of background as to some of the impetus behind this policy, many of you will have read the Queensland Law Reform Commission's report extract, which is part of the document. There's much smarter lawyers than I am, and years ago they decided to come out with a recommendation that government adopt the policies which the state government has done and which are before you today. But perhaps if I could give you a little bit of history as to two things that have resulted in some practical impetus for this. Many, many years ago, probably 15 to 20 years ago, there's a union called APISMA, which comprises it represents a lot of local government professionals, such as engineers, private certifiers and the like. It approached one of the former councils that Toowoomba Regional Council now involves, and that is Toowoomba City Council, and it made representations to the Toowoomba City Council that it thought it would be a good idea if that council adopted a policy like the state government did. The Toowoomba City Council did adopt such a policy to appease those concerns that were coming from APISMA about the potential exposures of people like local government engineers if they made a mistake and for some reason that resulted in the government sustaining a loss. They didn't want their employees to be exposed to having to pay the deductibles on their insurance policies. A little while later, you may recall that there was a move to privatise private certification of buildings. And when I was at the Gold Coast City Council, the private certifiers also came to that council with a similar request and said, could you please put in place what the state government have put in place under the Public Service Act? That council saw fit to do that to appease its private certifiers' concerns. And when I was looking at this policy and the motivation for my looking at it and bringing it to you as an issue arose late last year in relation to some other insurance issues in relation to councillors. So it clicked for me to go and look at whether that policy that was adopted by the Toowoomba City Council had been carried over to the Toowoomba Regional Council, and I found that it had fallen into a little bit of a hole. But regardless of that position, this policy is really just asking you to emulate a position that the state government has seen fit to adopt. There's no real economic advantage in you doing so. In fact, it's detrimental to the council to adopt this policy, although you've got people like the Queensland Law Reform Commission saying it's a great thing to do to promote industrial relations, etc., and satisfy your staff that you're not going to hound them to the end of the earth if they've simply made a negligent mistake.
It doesn't excuse them if they've made a mistake that wasn't in good faith, or it was a mistake that would be classified as gross negligence. So you can still go and chase staff for having done the wrong thing if it's not in good faith or it's gross negligence. But as I said, my area also runs the insurance program. Probably a common example of this is people jump in a council car, they reverse their council car, they bash it into a building or somebody else at the shopping centre. Seems to happen every day when they're driving somebody else's car other than their own. If our deductible on that car insurance is $1,000, then we don't chase those people simply because they've been negligent for having backed into a car. So there's sort of a gentleman's agreement that we won't pursue our staff. This cements that gentleman's agreement into a firm policy that says that you won't chase them if they do back into cars. That's a minor example. The more serious examples would be if you have a professional engineer who is negligent in his job, or dare say if I as a lawyer am negligent and I lead to some loss for council, that you won't chase me for the first $50,000 of that loss, because that's the deductible under our professional indemnity insurance.
So it's a policy that's putting in place what's probably in practice?
Yes, to a large extent.
To a large extent. Have we got some questions or comments? Question from Councillor Summerfield and then over to Councillor Shine.
Thank you, and thanks for that explanation too, Grant. That's been quite helpful. I just wondered, in the financial implications section of the report, it's quite vague. Does that mean that our current insurance covers it, or that it just means that that excess you were talking about, that would actually just be, it would depend on the number of incidents per year as to what it would cost us? Is that basically what it is?
Yes, Councillor, I think you've answered your question already. The council is obliged to take out things like professional indemnity insurance and public liability insurance, and all councils can choose what level of excess or deductible they have. Some councils who've got a big risk appetite might put $100,000 excess on that, in which case the employee's exposure becomes larger and larger. For ours, it's usually around the 50,000 mark for those two classes of insurance. And it really depends on how many claims arise. So, but as I mentioned before, we haven't been chasing people. There haven't been any professional indemnity and public liability matters that have arisen. Most of this stuff is really in your motor vehicle class of insurance, and we haven't been chasing those up. But theoretically, and I know my insurance officer would love to do it, she says all these people keep running into cars, I'd love to get them to pay, and that might improve their driver behaviour, but is that what we want to do as an employer or not?
That's answer your question?
Yes, it does, but could I just, following that comment, just add that one thing that has been revealed previously is that we do repair vehicles very quickly for minor damage, which could actually just be left until the car's unsold. And I had a car, classic example, very small dent in it, and they wanted to spend a fortune repairing it, and I just said, look, it should just stay there until, in case I dent it again, before repairing it. So maybe that, as part of this aspect, if the motor vehicle accident is the main thing, we could review what we do repair when we repair it, rather than waiting till on-sale time.
The level of repair. That's probably a little separate to this one, but Councillor Shine?
Just a clarification, if I could. It seems on 844, clause 235, paragraph 235, administrators who act honestly and without negligence, which includes councillors, it says that they're not civilly liable for an act done or omission honestly and without negligence. We probably wouldn't be liable anyway if you weren't guilty of any negligence. Anyway, so that doesn't say too much, really, does it? And the rest of the Act, or this section of the Act, how does it impact on us beyond that?
On council or councillors?
Councillors, for example.
The Public Service Act deals solely with public sector employees, and it doesn't mention ministers of state, etc. But I did apply my mind as to whether councillors might be wanting some similar protection in a policy for themselves, but I think the pragmatic or practical answer to that is councillors aren't usually involved in the operational, professional roles. You've got a role as a councillor to adopt policy and to govern the council the best way you can, but that's very unlikely to give rise to a professional liability issue.
So it's not an issue, really.
Happy with that answer, Councillor Sean. Any other questions, Councillor McMahon?
Thank you, Chair. Just you to Grant. I was just reading this Lister and Romford Ice case, from which I believe that case has set the precedent for this, and I thought it may have been a recent case, which is why the Law Reform Commission is putting this, legislating this. In the extract from the Law Reform Commission report, the case was in 1957, and so I'm thinking it's a fairly old case. That is there any reason why now they're deciding that it needs to be put in legislation, or?
The Queensland Law Reform Commission findings were some years ago, back around 2005 or so that's a little bit of ancient history as well. But the way Lister versus Romford Ice was a common law decision which basically said that employers are free to chase their negligent employees if their employee does something wrong that causes their employer some loss. The courts haven't decided to change that as a matter of common law, so what the Law Reform Commission really is saying, well, the courts aren't changing this law, so it's up to the legislature to pass an act of parliament if they wish to see fit to do so. And that's quite common, really. The common law doesn't, as you're aware, there's a lot of statute law on the books, and that wouldn't necessarily exist if the common law were sufficient to govern the country.
That's a great answer, and I note the it says in the Law Reform Commission that the gentleman's agreement approach adopted is probably insignificant, which is why we're putting it into an actual law. So thank you for the clarification.
Good, thanks, Tim. Thanks, Grant. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to item number 4?
Happy to move.
Councillor Taylor. Okay, so the motion or the recommendation that council adopt the Better Protection for Employees policy, attachment 1, moved by Councillor Carol Taylor. Over seconder. Seconded by Councillor Antonio. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move then, councillors, to item number 5, and the author once again is Grant. Amendments to 2.72 investigation policy, councillors. Now, just before we go to that, Grant, some of these policies were included in our councillor packs as well, so I guess from an operational perspective, we should upgrade those packs, CEO, at some point if these go through next Tuesday, these changes, just for all councillors to note. So, Grant, would you like to introduce once again and comment on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the area of council that I look after is responsible for the regular review of policies. This policy came up for review, and there's a whole body of people that look at this and suggest various changes that might be worth making. And it's fair to say that this policy doesn't introduce any substantive changes that should be of any concern or are particularly noteworthy. They are all really rather cosmetic things, and the whole aim of the people who've recommended that I put these changes before you are really that the additional wording adds some clarity to the reader as to what the legislative background provides for in relation to what we've got to adopt. So you will see there that the legislation already says that this council, every council, must adopt an investigation policy, that policy must contain various things. This council has in the past adopted such a policy, and you will note, and that policy is basically as per the marked up version, but without the track changes, and the track changes are really those ones which officers are recommending that you may see fit to make. And as I mentioned, there's really nothing of substance in them, but if you have any questions as we lead through that track change version, I'm happy to respond.
Just a comment, I guess, Grant, based on, or number 5, within the track changes, referral to the independent assessor, I'd suggest that you're just applying the recent changes from the Act.
Yeah,
With these.
it's to make sure that this policy actually lines up with.
Lines up with the changes, yeah. Councillor, is there any questions in regard to this for Grant? If there are no questions, the recommendation is that Council adopt the revised 2.72 Investigation Policy. Councillors Attachment 1. Have a mover for that. Moved by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, second by Councillor Melissa Taylor. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Grant. You get a breather for a little while now. Item number 6, councillors, is the media policy, 2.35 media policy. And we have Arun here to perhaps introduce this item, and the Manager of Stakeholder Engagement and Communication, Kylie Delrain. Welcome, Kylie, who will obviously speak more in depth and answer any questions for the media policy if they're required. Arun, would you like me to go to you first?
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, Kylie's gathering her thoughts. Councillors, just before you is a revision to our media policy. You'll see within the reasons for the recommendation, I think it provides a great summary of what the policy is in terms of a framework, providing clear processes for managing and responding to media, being consistent and clarifying roles and responsibilities, as well as providing obligations or awareness of obligations for employees or staff across council. 2 copies in terms of a clean copy and track changes that are there, outlining the amendments that have been made. And with that, we can hand over to Kylie to take any specific questions or queries you may have.
Question, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, page 884 of board books, it's the track changes. Oh, I'm drawing on this, sorry. No, sorry, you might be empathetic with this.
Page 884.
5 of the report, at the very first paragraph.
This is, sorry, Councillor Von Hoff.
That's it there that we've got up on the screen.
I got on the screen, thank you. Thanks.
It says, where a media release is of a sensitive nature, the same approval process applies. However, the manager, stakeholder engagement and communications must has been removed, may also has been substituted. And the second, well, we'll just address that one first, I suppose. So my question is, why the change from must to may?
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Kylie, would you like to?
For you. Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff, for that question. I think the thinking behind the changing from must to may is that the media relations team itself often communicates quite regularly with councillors and general managers around sensitive topics as well. So in the event that it was sensitive and it hadn't been progressed that way, then I may come in over the top of that and send something else through. So I don't think it's meant to circumvent letting people know about the sensitive issues. I think it just allows for the media team to do what they need to do, and then I also come into that process as well.
Okay, that's the question answered.
The second question, if I may, a supplementary question also, Mr. Chair, in that sentence. We've got also advise the Chief Executive Officer, other general managers, and then we've got or added, councillors. And again, if I may, the question is why has the or been added there?
There may be occasions where I may be telling something to the CEO and the CEO may wish to choose that on to other parties. So I think that was just to provide some opportunity in there to allow that process to roll out. But if that's not particularly clear, or if there's a feeling that the or and or is unclear.
Okay, so have you got a further comment on that, Councillor Von Hoff?
Yes, I do then. I would propose an amendment to that sentence so that it reverts back to part of the original, which would be stakeholder engagement and communications must also advise the Chief Executive Officer, other general managers and councillors prior to release, pardon.
So we're taking may back to must?
Correct, and then deleting or and reverting to and councillors.
And deleting or, righto.
I'd second that.
So,
Let's just cover off on that one first. So it's difficult to make changes. We can't make changes on that, can we? But we can make note of those changes within the report, if that's the feeling of the room. So be it that is the first change, are there any councillors that have any comment or dissent in regard to that?
So if I might say something, Mr Chair, not dissent or anything really, but mostly if something is of a highly sensitive nature, many cases you've had an information session to tell councillors about it, or it's been discussed, and then the actual mayor or the CEO or the councillor responsible is the person who's contacted by the media for comment. It'd be very rarely, since I've been sitting around this table since amalgamation, that anything sensitive, a sensitive nature, has not been conveyed to the councillors without having to put it into a policy. I actually feel, you know, it's not. I don't know where Councillor Von Hoff, what she's feeling, but I think it's quite unnecessary because I think it. You know, sometimes also I might say, if there's something happening, for instance, I've been in situations where you can't find other people and something has to be said, you know, the media, you have to be there. For instance, in our portfolio, always our General Manager, Mike Brady, if there's something that needs to be going out urgently and normally you sign off on it, I'm very happy for Mr Brady to do that if time is of the essence. So I think, you know, I think the way things actually work as opposed to a policy are sometimes a little bit different. And I have to say in the 12, well, it's more now, since 2008 I've been sitting here, there has never been a sensitive situation that the councillors haven't been briefed on, I suppose. This is just the person who's actually speaking to the media.
I guess it sounds like from Councillor Von Hoff's suggested amendment, she's really wanting to make sure that's in stone. That's basically what I'd like, Arun would just like to make comment in regard to this particular area with sensitive nature.
Thank you, Chair. And I understand where Councillor Von Hoff is coming from. Perhaps in doing this on the run, but in the case of sensitive material, there could be confidentiality issues at play at the same time. So at a minimum, in my mind, the process would be that the CEO would always be advised. So and then advice be sought from the Chief Executive Officer as to the distribution of that information in advance, or making other officers, including councillors, aware of that would be at his will advise the Chief Executive Officer, and then from that point and then take advice thereafter from the CEO for further distribution of something. In terms of principle, I'm not getting the words right completely at the moment, but by way of principle, I don't know if that touches on the point in some way.
Thank you, Ron, for your input. If the CEO would like to make a comment, I know Councillor Summerfield has a question, as has the Mayor.
I think the process that was suggested by Councillor Von Hoff isn't going to create any issues at all. The approval is via myself or the relevant General Manager or the portfolio councillor. So they actually determine what the content is. It just says, the next section says where a media release is of a sensitive nature, the same approval process applies, so that still happens, but we must give the other councillors a copy. I don't have any problem with that at all, because the other councillors, when it's going to be going out to the public, I have no problem with all councillors knowing what's going out to the media. So if they get any subsequent questions from any part of the media, I think that's appropriate to happen. They're not changing what's actually going out because the approval process has already happened. We're also making sure that they've actually got copies of that. So that's what those words there say. If you put the words must back in and councillors back in. I don't see there's any issue in actually doing that, but they're not changing anything. They're just getting copies, so they're forewarned prior to the media getting, which I think is appropriate.
It's a copy of the media release. So Councillor Summerfield and then Councillor Antonio.
Thank you, Councillor Jeff. So, thank you very much for that, Brian. It clarifies what the process has always worked really well, and that's because we had a policy that dictated that. And that's all Councillor Von Hoff is asking for, that we revert back to that policy that made the process happen appropriately, which is great.
Yep. Councillor Antonio?
Well, my question was quite minor, and I take on board exactly what Councillor Taylor said and agree with it about the success of our engagement with the media, and it has been good. I think the relationship hasn't always been perfect, but in recent years, I think there's a degree of respect between TV, a newspaper, and this organisation, and I'm thankful for that. The question I ask is, who makes the judgment about sensitivity on an issue? You know, what may be sensitive to the organisation may not be sensitive to me. But in saying that, each week I have an engagement with the media group. We meet, we go through what's happening for that following week, and we talk about, you know, the different things and the emerging issues, and I appreciate that. That gives us time to prepare. But who will make a judgment about what is sensitive and what is not sensitive?
It's a good question.
Yep.
Is there criteria? Is there political sensitivity, operational sensitivity, financial sensitivity? And they're probably at different levels. So can you just give councillors an idea of how, or an example perhaps, in the past we've used?
Gosh, there's been a number of sensitive issues, I guess, that it could be anything from water information that we're sending out. We've done a lot of work with councillors sending out that sort of thing in the past, and FAQs and supportive material in case you get questions. It could be around, I know last year, front covers about different things. If we feel like something's going to be on the front cover, then we'll try and, the front cover of the Chronicle, for example, we'd be trying to give you as much as possible a heads up about that, depending on what the issue is. I guess the media team are quite resilient, so in terms of that notion of what's sensitive and what's not, we try and gauge that, and based on what we know and how people will react to it. And through our GM and then through our CEO, we'd make those determinations as well. More often than not, the media team are sending most things through to, well, all things I would imagine, through to general managers and councillors in the portfolio councillors in the first instance, and that also gives us a bit of a gauge as to how widespread or how much of an issue a particular statement or piece will create. So we do try and gauge that on a piece-by-piece basis, make those decisions. We do try and communicate things with councillors fairly regularly in the daily wrap, so we try and give you a list of the media activity and the inquiries that have come through from the media to try and keep you in the loop as well in case we've missed some other process. But we do that on a regular basis so that if you have any additional questions or you're unclear, we may be able to support that if we've not thought that something was a particularly sensitive issue in terms of your perspective. So we do have those daily wraps as well to support your information and awareness.
Councillor Carol Taylor and then Councillor Shine.
Mr Chair, and thank you, Kylie, for that, but I guess this isn't in a policy, but we who live in different areas probably have a responsibility also if we sense that there's something out there that's actually got the ability to, you know, be quite a sensitive or a large issue for those people there, which, and I think we've always done that as individual councillors. We have that responsibility as well to alert to things that's not covered by a policy, but it works quite well.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Shine?
Just in relation to Councillor Rebecca's comments before, I may have misheard her, but I think one of her concerns was that the must has been replaced by may also. And I think Kylie gave an explanation as to that, but I was just wondering if you would consider leaving in must and put in the words if practicable or where practicable.
Yeah.
And also at the end of that sentence it says and or councillors. Why stroke or? Why not and?
Yeah, and I think that was one of the changes Councillor Von Hoff put forward, which was to remove remove the and/or and just have and.
Thank you.
But I do take on board your comments where practical,
Yes.
as in must where practical, does give a bit of leeway if there is something. Councillor Vonhoff, does that make, is that I've read that right, Councillor Shine?
Yeah, well, must is an imperative, but the where practical covers that situation. I think that Kylie might have referred to before, where people might have been absent or something of that nature.
It happens.
Have email.
What's that, sorry, Councillor Summerfield?
Sorry, we have email, so we're always contactable in some form or another.
Okay.
And phones.
I guess what Councillor Shine just explained, what you're suggesting is where some areas may not.
Well, if that where the emails were down, or people like me don't read them, or
Okay, well, at the moment we're at must. You're comfortable with to leave it at must?
I am, thank you, Councillor McDonald. And I just to explain it, it's to ensure in a policy that there is that knowledge and visibility of what's being released, that we have that, because there's nothing stopping a phone call coming in from a member of the public who's seen something that we might not be privy to, and then we're on the back foot, and we're elected to be across everything. And on the point of confidentiality, councillors are also bound by the confidentiality
legislation.
That's right. So I think that.
So, councillors, that's where we're at. So those changes can be made into the document for next week for the adoption, which are only a couple of minor changes. Are there any other changes, councillors, in regard to the media policy? Councillor Vonhoff.
Sorry, Councillor McDonald, yes. Then if we go to the next sentence, the relevant General Manager will be required to provide sign-off in this instance, and if the release quotes a councillor, the approval of that councillor will be gained prior to its dispatch.
Stuff that's been crossed out.
All the crossed out information, that's what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct, in that first paragraph. And my concern relates to a release being a release not having sign-off of a councillor who is quoted. And so I would like that then to say will require to be signed off on with the approval of that councillor who's been quoted in the release. Again, for the similar reasons, if we're being quoted, then we should be able to determine if we actually want those words to be attached to us.
We might just get a comment, if you don't mind, Councillor Vonhoff from Kylie or Arun.
Councillors, if you go to the page before, purpose, yes, you go down to the bottom, and we're talking about, keep going down please, Wendy, to item 4, context, okay, there you go, right there, approvals for media releases are provided by the Chief Executive, relevant General Manager and Portfolio Council as quoted in the release. So it's covered there and in that same process. I think that's what the...
So it's as what's been taken out, but put in the paragraph before.
Okay, I didn't know if we were talking about a separate subclass of releases that pertain to sensitive releases of a sensitive nature.
Can we just clarify that?
Maybe through you,
covers
Chair.
all? Yeah.
At the beginning of the next page, Wendy, underneath that. So I think we tried to cover that by saying where a media release is of a sensitive nature, the same approval process applies. So that is covered under 4.1.
Thank you.
If that satisfies that requirement.
It does, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vonhoff, you're comfortable with that?
I am, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, any other changes or comments, questions, queries around the media policy? If not, sorry.
Happy to move it, Mr.
Mayor. Oh, happy to move. Okay, with that small amendment in there, we've got a mover of the motion, which is that the revised 2.35 media policy attachment 1 be adopted. Moved by the Mayor, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Kylie.
Thanks, councillors.
Item number 7, councillors, is the all-important consideration of the draft review policy 2020-2021. And we've got the pleasure of the company of the Principal of Rates and Revenue, Mr Shane Morris, with us today, who I'm sure Arun will introduce after his introduction.
Well, we can go straight.
We'll go straight there. That's a great idea. Okay. Shane, welcome. Would you like to just introduce this, make some comments, and we'll see if there's questions?
Okay. Good morning, councillors. This report is just to simply present the draft revenue policy for 2020-21 financial year. The policy itself is required to be reviewed by council annually, and we must do it in sufficient time to adopt an annual budget that's consistent with the policy. So, as councillors will probably have noticed, is that the only changes to the policy are in effect updating financial years. Apart from that, is that there is no other suggested changes. Certainly what we do each year is ensure that the policy is compliant with the legislation, so which is section 193 of the local government regulation. So we're satisfied that is all okay, so happy to take any questions that councillors may have.
Thank you, Shane. Any questions, councillors, in regard to this? You'll also note that this policy, the draft revenue policy, is included in the budget papers as well as a follow-up. Councillors, if there's no questions in regard to this, the motion is that council adopt the revenue policy 2020-2021 attachment 1. Someone to move that policy? Moved by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, seconded by Councillor Shine. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Shane. Thank you very much. We move now to item number 8, councillors. Rather exciting one for this organisation and quite a shift, and demonstrating the strong desire for this council to support our local businesses right across the region. And I invite the Principal of Procurement to Pay, Robin Gray, to come forward to talk to this, the update to procurement policy. Councillors, you will note that you've been distributed during the break the updated version, so we'd refer to that rather than the board books in regard to this. And I guess for those that have access to board books who may be watching online, there is a revised final version of the amended procurement policy. And Arun, I'm not sure if you'll do the same thing, will you? Flick over to Robin.
I think it's just as efficient to go straight to Robin, given that we've had information sessions on it, Chair.
Robin, I'd really like you to go through the policy, if you could, where we got to this point and the policy changes. Thank you.
Okay. Morning, councillors. So, are we right?
Yeah.
Yes, good morning, councillors. The procurement policy is an overarching document that guides council officers in the rules around them procuring on behalf of council. As a result of the Mayor's economic stimulus package that was released at the end of March to support our local suppliers, the word only was put into council will only purchase from local suppliers for procurements up to 200,000. As a result of that, we need to tease out how we can operationally manage the word only. So the policy itself follows the Local Government Act 2009 sound contracting principles, one of which is the encouragement and development of competitive local business and industry. We've inserted in here a section in response to COVID-19. We've suggested that there's a review timeframe of the 31st of December 2020, at which time some of these potential requirements may be relaxed or they may stay in place. So the difference in this document to the one that was supplied during the information session, the definitions of local supplier, region and non-local supplier were underneath that particular section. They've been brought forward because we talk about local supplier and region as we go through them. So then our main changes that we're bringing in as a response to COVID-19 to support local businesses is that we have the potential for putting a 10% price weighting on quotations up to $50,000. Then when we move from $50,000 up to $200,000, that price advantage then reduces to 5%. So we also recognise that we have a larger contingent of suppliers in the Toowoomba area. What do we do about our regional towns? So for our regional suppliers, there's an additional 2% price advantage that may be put on their quoted prices. So the next section there is just a table to help explain what that means. So if a non-local supplier offers $40,000 in a quotation process, a local supplier may offer $44,000 and a regional supplier may offer $44,880. And to all intents and purposes, those values are equal. So the regional supplier gets that added price weighting to make them more competitive. Then when we go into a quotation process that is over $50,000, that price advantage reduces to 5%, and then those examples are there. So for a $150,000 purchase from a non-local, a regional supplier may issue a price of $160,650, and it's equal to $150,000 for that evaluation process. So then we come to the consideration, what if there is only one supplier in the Toowoomba region, but we're bound by legislation and our adherence to value for money to do a price test to make sure that we're working in a competitive market. So we've stepped out some processes there that will help our officers to understand the intent of the policy. So where there's only one local supplier identified, at least 2 quotations must be sought from non-local suppliers. And that's where this price test, the price weighting will come in, that will help officers determine the competitiveness of the local market. Where there's only 2 suppliers in the local region available, a quotation must be sought from a non-local supplier to do that test again. And where there are 3 or more local suppliers, it's necessary to seek either 3 or more quotes to do that competitive bidding. For any procurement greater than $200,000, the legislative requirements come in that it must be a public tender. So these changes for COVID-19 don't affect our normal tender process. So the legislation has set out the requirements for issuing a public tender, and there's also exceptions. So that next paragraph there covers off on that. The next paragraph there where it talks about local buy contracts and state government contracts, we've also recognised that sometimes there may be the potential for local suppliers, but it could be seen that a local buy contract would be able to manage that procurement. That paragraph there is to ensure that we at least look at the local supplier market as well to give them the opportunity to quote. The next paragraph is our sliding scale that helps us identify a true local supplier and then a local supplier who may just be a dealer in Toowoomba, so goods just pass through, that we don't get the full benefit of the engagement of a lot of staff. So that's a sliding scale that we can apply. The 10% weighting is for tenders, that remains the same. There's no change to that requirement. And then lastly, not that it's a legislative requirement, but Toowoomba Regional Council also has a process in place that under 15,000, we're required to get at least 2 quotes from 5,000 to 15,000. So that last sentence there just covers off on that the COVID, the COVID-19 response doesn't change what we currently do for under 15,000. The rest of the policy remains the same as it was prior to COVID-19 and prior to any changes that we had to make. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillors, any questions in regard to this policy, final version? If I could just make a comment and thank Robin very much indeed. We heard from Councillor Shine earlier today around the local buy or local spend in our economy, a target of 60%, and we're at 59% for the third quarter, and the month of March we're in fact at 60%. This policy, by approving this next Tuesday, keep in mind, this policy gives us an opportunity to extend that even further, and it's probably high time that we did it. COVID has provided us this opportunity to do it, and an assessment in December 31 or around that time will determine how successful it actually is. But I would suggest to you that the amount of effort and work that Robin does personally and within the organisation to reach that target of 60%, and the culture of the organisation that's shifting that from what was in 2012 well under 50% to over 60% as the targets would suggest, is a phenomenal effort and something that this council, both over the last few years and now, should be very, very proud of. So Robin, thank you for the policy, the final version of that policy. We do appreciate it, and I'm sure that the organisation will benefit, as will the community, because we'll be upskilling our local business at the same time as supporting them, which is very important. So, councillors, if there's no questions or comments, I move to the motion, which is quite a simple one, that council adopt the procurement policy as further amended, attachment 1A. Moved by councillor Shine, seconded by councillor Mr Taylor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you again, Robin.
Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, we move then to item 9, and once again invite Shane Morris to come forward to address the council in regard to item 9. It is the consideration of application for rate exemption for community organisations, and maybe again, Arun, we go straight to Shane. Shane, would you like to explain this? And if you wouldn't mind just giving a bit more of a brief in regard to this, particularly for the new councillors as well. These exemptions that come up regularly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, just a little bit of history on the rate exemption for community organisations policy. When council amalgamated, there was varying degrees of application of policy or processes in relation to community groups getting rate exemptions. So, for example, and just using as a simple example, is that a community group such as a Boy Scouts club in Clifton, you would expect if they're exempt in Clifton, they would be also exempt in Crow's Nest, as an example. So we implemented a policy around 2010 that just addressed a lot of those issues, and also gave guidance to our community, but also guidance to officers as to the types of organisations that indeed may be eligible for a rate exemption. Now, when we're talking rate exemption, we're talking about exemption from the general rate component and also from the separate charges. But basically is that utility charges still stay on the table, so they're not exempted. So basically we're just regarding the general and the separate charges. So that's just a little bit of background to the policy. We have probably, just at a guess, probably around 200 community groups that have got rate exemption over the last 10 or so years under this policy. But basically is we just get applications come through from time to time, so perhaps council would sort of get used to seeing me on this topic probably once every couple of months. So basically is that in this particular case, this particular report just deals with 2 applications that we received. In this particular case is that we're recommending, or we feel that they don't comply with the policy. One of the applications is from Each Limited. They actually lease land in Taylor Street, and their lease is around 70 square metres of land of the total land area. So basically it's only about 14%. So what's happened is there's 2 buildings on that property, of which each lease one of those properties, and the other property is leased out privately. So in view of that is that, and we spoke to the Valuer General, they can't split the valuations on that property because of its small size. So therefore, if the property that's leased out, the other property that's being leased out, if it was also a community group, then I would be suggesting we come together on a joint basis for that. But in this particular case, it's just to rent it out privately. So on that basis, I think it's a little bit difficult to provide, approve the rate exemption on that one. And the other one is the Downs.
Just pausing there just for a moment, if you don't mind, Shane.
I would declare that I'm a member of the Downs Club. You're about to talk about the Downs Club, and I think it's probably appropriate, while I don't have the appropriate wording here, it's probably appropriate that I leave the room.
You're a financial member of the Downs Club. You're not an executive member of the Downs Club.
Executive member.
No, so...
I don't get involved other than...
So you have a conflict. However, Mr Mayor, I'd suggest that you could test the room in regard to whether there was a feeling that councillors believed you were in any way advantaged by a decision that could be made in this case. It's up to you.
Whether I should continue to pay my membership as a result of the recent decision that was made by the membership of the Downs Club in relation to female members.
Yes.
So, Mr Mayor, you have the option, and by way of process, you can ask councillors to decide whether you stay in the room or not. You're happy to do that. So just before that, you're happy to answer some questions, if there are any? Questions of the Mayor before the Mayor leaves the room for a vote? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you. So could I just say that the Integrity Commissioner has made it quite clear that when you're a financial member of any organisation, I use Turf Club as another example, you're still entitled to be in the room and be involved in the discussion and debate, was the clarity I have around membership of organisations.
Yeah, that's certainly...
On the executive.
That's certainly my recollection as well. However, it is up to the individual. So, Mr Mayor, if you'd like to leave the room, and we'll vote whether you stay in or not. That's your decision to do that. And then we'll make a determination, and you'll either stay out of the room or come back in the room. Councillor Carroll?
The information that I received was it depends on the number of members, and I mean the Turf Club's got hundreds of members. This probably hasn't, and I believe that with this, any decision we would make here, should it be a positive decision, which I'm not for saying that at all, but it could affect the membership costs with the small membership.
So you're suggesting that there is a conflict and the Mayor should stay out of the room?
That's what I'm saying.
Are there any other questions before we go to a vote on this? Councillor Shine?
I used to be a member, but that doesn't apply. I wouldn't have thought there was...
Not retrospective in this case,
as a result of that. The only point I make is that the amount involved here is significant, and that, in a way, would, the members would have a greater interest in the matter because of the quantum, I think, of the rates involved, only 20,000.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we'll go to a vote. So the vote will be Councillor Antonio stays out of the room is the vote. So you'll either vote in favour of Councillor Antonio staying out of the room, or you'll vote against. So those in favour of Councillor Antonio staying out of the room? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry?
Who moved the motion?
Someone has
to move. Well, are you're happy to move that motion? The motion is that Councillor Antonio stay out of the room.
I would stay out of the room if it were me. So
No, is that your motion? You're happy to move that? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Taylor move. A seconder? Councillor Shine will second that.
No, I didn't second it.
Oh, you didn't second it? So this is that Councillor Antonio stays out of the room is the motion?
I asked a question, but I'm not seconding.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour of that motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Well, it looks like that's a majority. Those against, just by way of 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 4. Councillor Antonio stays out of the room. Okay. So you're up with that, Wendy?
The reason being?
The reason being that Councillor Antonio is a member of the Downs Club.
I would suggest that any decision that may be made here could affect the cost of the cost of membership.
I think just to have a member of the Downs Club would be enough. I don't think you need to go into too much detail there. So that being the case, we can move on now to that part of the Thank you, Shane.
Thank you. So just in relation to the Downs Club is that we're recommending against that simply because it's a licensed club. So as a general principle is that where a property uses a community group, has a property and it has gaming machines or routine use of a liquor licence, that it would not be included. Isn't in the spirit of the policy. So they're the two matters before you, council. So we're recommending against approval, but obviously that's a matter for council to decide. But I'm happy to take any questions.
So any questions, councillors, in regard to this? Now, let's just focus on the Downs Club one at this stage, because we'll deal with that matter first while the mayor is out of the room. So questions relating to the Downs Club?
I'm happy to move that we refuse the application.
Okay, well, we'll do that. So, Wendy, you'll split those motions. So the first motion will be a refusal of. We'll just get this motion sorted first, if you don't mind.
The Downs Club is a licensed club, number one, and number two, membership isn't open to all members of the public.
Yeah, there are reasons, because that was the recommendation from the officers to refuse. So we just recommendation one will be refusal of the Downs Club and words like that. Do I have a seconder for that before we go into any discussion? Seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Now, did you had a question as well on that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Shane, with this policy, it says there that the extent of financial activity and position evidenced by audit or similar at the discretion of the authorised council officer. How often do you do that?
Okay, so...
My point being, I suppose, sorry to talk over the top of you, is that to me this doesn't pass the pub test, that
no, it doesn't.
Would be applying for an exemption from their rates. So given that it's a wealthy gentleman's networking club.
Sure. Okay, so with this particular application is that because it has a liquor licence and we didn't sort of feel that it would be approved, that we don't go back and seek any further information from the club in this particular case. There are applications that do come to us that will provide financial information, so we'll take that on board. But look, most of these applications, as council would be aware, that they're quite straightforward. So say for example, if you're dealing with a community group that might be a tennis club or Girl Guides, like there's a whole range of community groups within our community that you would sort of say, yeah, that looks good. So in this, what we do is we try not to make the hoops any bigger than what they need to be. Ultimately, the decision whether it gets approved or not approved always comes to council. Even say, for example, where a matter is a community group puts an application in, and even if it's something that I think, oh look, the council won't approve this, it still comes to you for that decision. So, but we don't seek to make the hoops any bigger than what they need to be, if that answers the question.
Yeah, so this one really didn't get past stage one, which was one of the policy criteria, and that was it has a liquor licence, so it would need no further investigation from the council officer. Basically, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. Policy.
So we have a motion on the books. Are there any other questions, comments around that? Is there any need for debate? Is anyone interested in debating? If not, we'll go straight to the vote. Those in favour of the motion of not approving? Unanimous. So we can bring, thank you, Brendan. We can bring in the mayor, and now, councillors, we focus directly on recommendation 2, which is around the other applicant, which was each. And Mr. Morris has already explained that, but if there are questions around that, how's your opportunity? Councillor Shine?
Yeah. If I recall what you said correctly, I think you mentioned that 40% of it, of the area involved, was for what I think is counselling of children and families. Is that right? Could we, in practice, give a deduction of 40% of the rates in that case?
Okay.
Question?
Yeah. Generally speaking, is that rate exemptions are either black and white. They're either on or they're off. So basically is that where council provides a rate exemption, it's not like a remission. A remission can be given at 10% or 20% or 50%, whereas a rate exemption is either on or it's off. So you either provide the exemption or you don't. So I would have to probably get further advice if we could do something further, but there might be another way that we could assist that community group, through another means, but I'd have to explore those options.
It's different, if I may, from what we discussed yesterday with infrastructure charges. I think for the Oakey Historical Museum, that was a deferred, but that elasticity is not available for rates as far as you're currently aware.
Certainly, if you like, in relation to this particular property in Taylor Street, is that you have the ratepayer who gets the rate notice for the whole property and then is responsible for paying those rates. What they've actually done is that they've leased, of the 496 square metres, they've leased 70 square metres to each, and then the remaining building on that property is just leased privately. So I suppose the thing is that that's like a matter for the owner, in a sense, is that that's how they bought the property. It's got these two buildings on it. They've decided to lease out one of those. Well, they've decided to lease both of the buildings. It's just that probably from a rate exemption viewpoint is that, in my view, it needs to be, like, for example, if this was a complete lease over, like say they were using both buildings. Let's just say, for example, they have an office and they're using the other for some community purpose supporting, their office, then certainly we would be bringing it to the council to approve that. But in this particular case, is that to provide in respect of like a partial exemption or some sort of remission, we'd have to. Well, I don't think we could provide a partial exemption, but we could consider some sort of a remission, perhaps.
If I may again, if it were leased, as you said, 100% to a charitable cause, would it not, though, depend on who pays the rates, whether it's the owner or the lessee charity?
Okay, so what then happens is that when we do have such arrangements, like, and they certainly do exist, what we then do is that we'll seek a copy of the signed lease and then say we're certain as to who is responsible for the payment of the rates and charges. So we do actually have a copy of the signed lease in this particular case, but the sticking point really is over that they're just leasing part of the property. And as I indicated before, is that the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy, or the Value General, won't split the property because it's too small. So if they were prepared to split the property, and we could then rate Part A and Part B separately, that would solve the problem, but they won't do that. And I understand why they won't do that. And which is based on it has to meet subdivision type rules. So if it could be subdivided, then the department would split it, but if it can't be subdivided, they won't split it.
A very expensive procedure.
That's right.
It is. Councillor.
So, Mr Chair, I'm happy to move that we decline this request, and has already been outlined. Necessarily, if we forgave the rates, not necessarily would it be passed on to the lessee either. There's nothing that says it has to be. So I'm sure that as Mr Morris has outlined, there may be some other way that we can find to help this organisation. Right. But I don't believe it should be through the rates. So I'm happy to move that we refuse it.
Okay. If there's no other questions, Councillor Carol Taylor moves. So this is recommendation number 2, or it's the motion 2 actually, which refers to the application from each that not be approved. Moved by Councillor Carol Taylor. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Any debate required? There will be debate. So, Councillor Carroll, would you like to speak to that motion?
Mr Chair, I don't think Mr Morris has outlined, it's a very small portion of this property that is actually being used by this organisation. The property can't be split for rating purposes. The lessee isn't the owner of the land. They're leasing a small, and whilst we support the work that they're doing, I do believe there's another way that we'll be able to help them to continue their work, but I don't believe it should be through a rate exemption. And I don't believe our policy would cover this. So there's a large piece of land, they only have a very small portion, and they aren't the owners of the land, they're just the lessees.
Speaker against?
Well, for the reasons I said before, as I understood it, Mr Morris was prepared to investigate the matter a little bit more, somewhat more extensively than he has done in relation to whether a reduction can be given in these circumstances without subdivision of the land. I'd like that to proceed before a final decision is made on the application.
So,
bearing in mind it is...
Councillor Shine, if and through, maybe there's an amendment and maybe the mover would be comfortable with the amendment adding words to that effect, that council works with the applicant to promote other avenues of where they may receive assistance.
Oh, that I am, but not with the rates, no.
No, other avenues for where they provide assistance. Would that cover your...
Maybe I'm not aware of what other avenues we might have in mind, though, but, you know, we're not
Community grants come to mind for different things, and that may help their operation, which may not, it won't reduce their rate, but it may reduce their operation, which help to pay the rate. So if councillors were comfortable with adding those words,
to add those words,
that council continue to engage with each limited around possible avenues where assistance could be provided through council grants, for example.
For the valuable work they do.
The valuable work they do.
Yeah.
The second of that motion was Councillor Harris-Sullivan. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Could I just ask a question?
Sure.
I may have missed. So do we know whether each is paying the rates or not?
No, they're not.
They have an arrangement with the owner?
So, you heard that okay?
Okay, so as I understand it, under their lease, they contribute to the rates, but bear in mind that would only be a partial contribution because they're only leasing 14% of the land, of the area. So they are responsible for paying that 14%, and how that works internally, I'm unsure. I suspect that what would probably happen is the landowner would actually pay the rates and then probably seek a level of reimbursement from each in this particular case. So, but we have seen the lease and they are responsible for such matters.
Part of there. Okay. Thank you. So we had a speaker against, so we've got a speaker forward. Keeping in mind this is the amended motion. Any speaker for? If not, we'll go to the vote. We're clear with that motion up the top, so it's items 1 and 2 of this motion. Would you like to sum up, Councillor Carroll, if there's...
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, the fact is the landowner is responsible for the rates and anyone who pays a lease contributes towards those rates, but they're only using 14% of this property. So in reality, you know, to give a rate exemption, number one, it doesn't really qualify, they can't be split. And number two, it's not necessarily going to assist this group. So I think that if we continue to engage and investigate other means in which support might be able to be given to them for the valuable work that they do, when everyone agrees that they're doing amazing work there, but I don't think the support should be through rate exemption.
Thank you. We'll close off the debate. So we have a motion before us, councillors. We have a mover and second. Are those in favour of the motion before you?
Just a point of clarification, the motion now includes that we will investigate...
The motion is 1 and 2, Councillor Shine. The motion is 1 and 2 up on the screen, so it includes that continued engagement. So back to the vote. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Shane. Now we go to item 10. We have the pleasure of your company again, Shane. Now this is a rate exemption for community organisation. Councillors, so we move straight into that one. Shane?
Okay, councillors, so I've already given you the explanation of how the policy actually works. This particular application has been received from Vanguard. They provide laundry services. However, Vanguard, I don't know whether the council has an awareness of who they are, but they are a community organisation. They are a not-for-profit, and we're of the view that the policy, that the application does meet the criteria of the policy, that it is used as a laundry providing transitional employment support and training for people who have lived experience of mental illness. So as I understand is that one of their main aims is to assist people that have particularly been long-term unemployed to get back into the workforce. Just further on this is that my awareness of Vanguard came the later part of last year when, through one of our councillors, that they had approached council for reduction in their utility charges. And anyway, sort of so once when I was dealing with them on this is that I suggested that whilst council can't assist with the assistance on the utility charges, but perhaps rate exemption under the community organisations policy would be the way to go. So what's then happened is that they have eventually applied for that under that policy, and I think it does meet the requirements of the policy.
Thank you, Shane. Councillor Summerfield, you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for us to assist Vanguard. Like Ability Enterprises, which was also originally headed up by these same people, we have been able to do social enterprise within our organisation, and for a council to be able to do that is a great thing, and Vanguard is another example of this in our community, providing employment to people who have had difficulty getting employment. They're then trained up through these processes and given a real lease on life. So I'm really keen to support that that we be able to assist them in this way, given that it agrees fully with our policy, and I think it's a good tick for our organisation to support them in this way.
So you're almost speaking in favour. You're wanting to move that motion then, Councillor Summerfield?
Happy to second it, thank you.
Councillor Carol Taylor, second. Any comment, debate, questions required, councillors?
Mr Chair, if I could just mention, this started off a small social enterprise. They got a grant from the federal government and they've been really successful. It's been split off from what was Ability Enterprises, and it's just gone from, from one lot of success to the next lot. And I think that it'd be wonderful for us to be, I agree with Councillor Summerfield and the comments that she's made, it'd be wonderful for our council to help them along. Everything they have goes back into the business, so they have made a huge difference in the community.
Thanks, Councillor Carol Taylor. Councillor Melissa Taylor, do you have a question or comment?
Thank you, Chair. Just a statement. It's actually not Ability Enterprises, it's actually
it's both.
We know that.
Toowoomba Clubhouse. So it's so Ability is different to Clubhouse. I was actually
off under Ability. I
was on the board of
yeah, it moved over. Yeah,
number of years, and I was actually involved when Vanguard came into inception through Clubhouse. And but the comment I actually really wanted to make was about it's really for the mental health awareness and bringing it's assisting those that have had mental health issues. More so than any other issues of unemployment. So I think particularly with COVID-19 being so prevalent at the moment, with mental health issues coming to the forefront because of COVID-19, I think we couldn't do anything more appropriate for this time than helping Vanguard with this.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Comment?
I think just on that point, because of COVID-19, their business has been restricted because of the lack of motel patronage.
They do have the hospital.
Exactly. So, councillors, we have the motion before us, moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Unanimously supported.
Well done, mate.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Shane. You're back a little later on as well, Shane. So you'll be able to watch it live stream, so you won't have to necessarily stay, which is good news for you. Councillors, item number 11 is the appointment of directors and chairperson to the board of John Darien Woolshed, and we have General Manager Service Delivery and Sustainability Program, Arun. Would you like to speak to this, give some background, and then we'll...
I would. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Councillors, before you, as mentioned there by the Chair, submitting for your consideration a recommendation from the board of the John Darien Woolshed to appoint and reappoint directors in accordance with our operating agreement, or council's operating agreement, and the company's constitution. Just a bit of background, if I could, and I apologise if this is going over old ground, but council may be aware that there are 3 controlled entities owned by council: John Darien Woolshed, obviously, Empire Theatres Proprietary Limited, and Tisby Proprietary Limited. And from time to time, when directors' terms expire, that board is charged with identifying continuing directors or appointing or recommending the appointment of new directors to those respective boards. In the case of John Derry and Woolshed, and what was the impetus for this report is a couple of things outlined in the executive summary. You will have seen almost 12 months ago that an interim board was appointed to the John Derry and Woolshed as a consequence of the previous board resigning all at once. And the interim board was made up of 2 elected members and council officers, or 2 council officers. And it was always intended that the interim board would be exactly that, interim. It was really to respond immediately to the fact that the previous board had resigned, and to thank you very much, and to ensure that the ongoing operations of the business would continue, but also it was an opportunity for that interim board to address some structural issues within the facility itself, primarily risk management and infrastructure condition issues. And that's been done in the last 12 months. During that period of the interim board, an expression of interest was advertised, thank you very much, and a group of skilled-based board members joined John Derry and Woolshed. That also became, as that work continues, it obviously provided the opportunity for the interim board members, i.e. the councillors and the council officers, to then step down and let the skilled-based board continue with that work. So that's where we find ourselves right now, councillors. You'll see that the 2 officers that previously were on the board have already tendered their resignation, being Mr. Nick Hauser and Ms. Anne-Marie Ryan, and their letters of resignation are attached to the report. You'll also note that Councillor Jeff McDonald, an interim board member, is not seeking reappointment, but in the case of Mike Williams, a former councillor of the Toowoomba Regional Council, is seeking reappointment as a director and as chair. So under the basis of or requirements of our operating agreement and the Constitution, the board have made a recommendation to appoint those board members in the capacities as mentioned in the report, and that's there for your consideration. So I'm happy to take any questions or queries.
Thanks, Arun. Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Chairman, through you, very often with these subsidiaries of council, wholly owned subsidiaries, there is a ex officio membership of some of the boards, which of course is non-voting, but it does give an opportunity to have a full and complete understanding of what's happening with that particular board. Just wondering if my colleagues would think it appropriate that there be an ex officio member on this board to monitor exactly what's going on at the board level, board discussion. Personally, I think it's a good idea. I'll leave it up to the majority of the councillors to...
But certainly, if I could speak as being part of the transition group, it's certainly something that the transition was to go till the 31st of December last year, and the amount of work that's been done gives confidence that the board that's in place now can continue on, which is where I've not sought re-nomination. However, more than happy in my current role in finance and business, and I think it would actually be important to be as an ex officio. So I agree with your comments. What's your comment on that, CEO?
It's not up to council whether they put an ex officio on it. It's the board itself that would have to change their charter to put an ex officio onto the board. So, although council does own that, there's probably a mechanism where we can actually work with the board to change their charter to allow an ex officio to come on, but we can't just make that decision at this point.
Or an observer.
So what you're suggesting is we'd have to change the charter?
Yeah, you may have to change. You may have to do that if you have an if you have an ex officio on that, unless there's an agreement from them that they are happy to have somebody sitting there informally. But that's at their discretion, not at council's discretion.
Yeah. As an observer more so than than anything else. But it's a good comment. It's something that we could feed back through to the board, for sure. Councillor
Sorry.
Carroll, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm just noticing this letter from Mike saying that you've changed your mind about the makeup there. You don't want to be on that.
That's right.
Further to that, I'm sure that the board would be happy if we felt it was necessary to have someone just attend, but we need to find that person because everyone's got so much on their plate, haven't they? I guess. I don't know. I think as the CEO says, the board would probably make that decision, and I'm sure that if somebody was wanting to go on to that, as an observer, that would be quite acceptable.
Probably observer is probably more of what it is than anything else.
Yeah.
I'd just say, Mr Chair, in view of the circumstances that John Darian did, and particularly going back to the circumstances in which we took it over, following that the obvious financial support that organisation needs, my view is it's important that we have either an observer or an ex officio member on that board. If observer's the simplest way to go, I'm happy to support that.
Sure. We'll feed that back to the board. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Not that this is sort of directly related to this, but where are we up to in terms of the John Darian Woolshed? Will we be briefed on that soon?
There will be a brief.
Coming?
Yes, there is a brief. Oh, sorry, there is a briefing coming, Councillor. We've been talking to the Chair, Mike Williams, and particularly there's been some movement in terms of the administration officers out there. So bringing that to you in an information session, plus an update on where the facility is with its risk management and its infrastructure upgrades is scheduled in the next 2 weeks, I believe. 3 weeks, I believe.
3 weeks, yeah. Thank you. Councillor Von Hoff?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I refer to the constitution of the Woolshed, and I'm interested in the appointment of directors, and I see that there's the expressions of interest and then the decisions based on a skills-based, a matrix that it's skills-based, and I think that's fantastic in the way to do it. And then I just need some clarification in the Constitution on points 2A, B, C. The directors then receive those expressions of interest. They look at the matrix. They think this person, and this person fit the bill. The board then makes the recommendation to its members to appoint those directors. Is that correct?
That's right. The members, or the member, being council in this case. So we're the only member.
Yeah.
That's correct. There's been an improvement, Councillor Von Hoff, in terms of, ensuring that there's a much wider net cast when going through the expression of interest process for looking for board members. In the past, council has left that to the board members themselves, the board, to put together that recommendation, and they may not necessarily do a much wider expression of interest. So that was a change in the last 6 months in terms of the expectation of this council on the boards to be very open, very transparent about seeking new board members.
Terrific, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Comments? That being the case, the recommendation is before us, which is as read.
1 and 2.
1 and 2. Councillors, resolve the appointment listed below and then resolve the appointment as Mr Williams as the chairperson of the board of John Darian Woolshed for 3 years effective. Moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Carroll Taylor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Move now to adjourn the meeting for Environment and Community. Sorry.
Just before we do adjourn, Mr Chair, I've just got a query in relation to item 16, the audit report.
Sure.
And on page 1328 on board books, internal control issues, and it has been documented in there, it is a requirement of the Local Government Regulation 2012 for the Mayor to present a copy of the Auditor General's observation report at the next ordinary meeting of local government. The recommendation was that formally table report of audit observations at the earliest possible ordinary meeting, and it was agreed, the management response was, these reports will be tabled at the next ordinary meeting of Council, which is expected to be held in May 2020. And I'm just wondering why that is in closed session, given that there is a direction that we actually table the report. In view of transparency, and I'm just wondering why we're in closed session with that report.
Certainly, we can have a question on that, answer on that, sorry. Through to Brian, CEO, or through to Arun?
Whichever.
Whichever.
Do you want to go, Ron? Have you got the latest advice?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councillor Summerfield. I believe we're talking about two different things. The report later is the last minutes of the Audit and Risk Committee, whereas what's in this report is the management letter, the final management letter of the audit of the Toowoomba Regional Council and its recommendations. I think we're talking about separate things as the way I understand.
And if that's the case, where is that?
I'll have to follow that up with the responsible officer there under that recommendation, Councillor, for you. I'll have to take that one on.
Well, we can follow that up and get back to it. So
just as a follow-up to that, if I could, is it normal process for these sorts of audit reports with all councils to actually go in closed session?
No, not to my knowledge. The Audit and Risk Committee minutes and its contents has been in confidential, but the final audit management letter, which outlines the performance of this organisation, the recommendations of the Queensland Auditor General and the recommendations therein, hasn't been presented to Council in a formal sense in the past, and I guess that's what the part of this recommendation is, but it in itself hasn't been done before, so it hasn't been confidential or otherwise. This would be the first time.
this is the first time it has been. So maybe we can get clarification, because next meeting, the ordinary meeting, it could be lifted out of confidential once we get clarification, and it could become in the open. Does that give comfort, Councillor Summerfield? That being the case, so you take that one on board. Thank you, Ron. That being the case, can I have someone to move to adjourn the meeting? Moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor Antonio. Those in favour? Motion's carried. So we move to economic development.
Economic development, as you've probably noticed, councillors, there's no matters to be brought forward this time, but I do want to ask, and I've had a few discussions around this, if it's possible that we could look at some of the grant mechanisms we have, and I know that last year you will recall when the PGA Golf came to town, there was a fair bit of shuffling around getting that grant appropriately organised. When you talk about economic development and exposure to the world, if you saw what the PGA did, and in fact in 2019, the figures aren't back for 2020, we received a tremendous return on the investment in 2019 in terms of exposure to the broader community. And I think we ought to be just having a discussion. I've asked a discussion with Andrew Allpass this morning, and I'll talk to whoever I need to talk to bring forward an information session on the benefit of that. I'm sure the benefit of the 2000 and the last PGA, the one earlier this year, will be enormous, given that it was broadcast by Fox Sport. And there were moments within that broadcast where Toowoomba was exposed beautifully to the world. I think that's a real benefit. I also think that we ought to be looking at the Hoopers Accountant Tennis International Tournament and the benefit we gain from that. We also ought to be looking at the real benefit we get on the live broadcast of some of the races from Clifford Park. And I think those things, to me, are very clearly opportunity to promote this community in a beneficial way. So I'd like this council, I'm not making a judgment on what we ought to do or what we ought not to do. I want this council to give some consideration to the possibility of, rather than having that quite scratchy grant system where we were picking picking up bits of money from here, there and everywhere to support the PGA, have a dedicated amount of money to promote this community in a very open and a very professional way, which has been happening. So I'll be asking for that report to come to council.
Question. There was a question. Sorry, Councillor Harris-Sullivan.
Chair, Mr Mayor had a conversation with me about this morning, and I suggested too that it might not just be sports things, it might be arts and other cultural events that are showcasing
A range of things that expose us to the world, and that to me is pure unadulterated economic development. As we're, when you see the kind of coverage, and I quote PGA constantly, the kind of coverage we got out of PGA was good for Toowoomba.
So, Mr Mayor, you're happy with that being a progress? You don't want to put a motion to the floor today in regard to that council receive an information session in regard to the economic benefits of these activities? To just formalise it?
Formalise it. As chair of the meeting, I'll call for a motion in respect to along those lines.
That council receive an information session looking at the economic value of events and other activities in the Toowoomba region. Keep it as broad as that.
And, well, does it include some of the conferences we have here as well?
Oh, it rolls everything in, but I think your intent from what I'm gathering is that we have community grant program, we have a sports tourism program. This clearly fits outside of that as an economic development program, and that's what I'm gathering. That's certainly what rhetoric I've been using for a little while. Are you happy to second that?
I'm happy to second it, but also just to mention on that Toowoomba next week is hosting the Floodplain Management Association conference, which will be virtual this year, but I'd like to say that next year's Sydney, but we will have it in 2022, so with over 400 delegates. So that, we know about these things, but we probably need to have it put before us, because there are a lot of people, a lot of things that we've got to be proud of that do promote us to the world. And I think that's the first step in.
Good point. I think we can cover off all of that within the info session. That's a great idea. So we've got a mover and a seconder for that. It's an information session to come forward. Any debate required on that? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we'll move back to Councillor O'Shea. Move to adjourn, sorry.
Well, just in relation to economic development.
What's that, sorry?
Just in relation to this topic of economic development.
Yes.
I just want to raise something and seek your guidance as to whether it's permissible. But I would like us to perhaps move, I'd like to move a motion in relation to the effects to our economic development of our region of recent events with our trade with China, dealing with barley and beef. Well, I think will have potentially a very deleterious effect on our local economy if things aren't improved there. Now, it's not a project of council that of the same nature as the Mayor has just mentioned, so it may not be in order. But if it is in order, I'd like to move a motion that we express our concern to the federal government along those lines.
So this is in light of what's happened in the last 24 hours?
48 hours.
48 hours, righto. We'll get a motion put forward there. Councillor Shine, yours is... Sorry? Oh, yeah, sorry. Mr Mayor, you're actually chairing this.
Actually chairing the meeting, but...
Sorry.
Apologies.
Sorry.
No, you're right. Well, I think that's... I did a little bit of press on that yesterday, and when you consider that the 4 abattoirs impacted provide 35% of the beef that's exported from this country to China, I think it's rather significant, and we haven't seen the whole effect of it. I spoke to our federal member last evening, and he, the idea of the federal government is to sort of handle it as well as they can without making a big noise. Okay. Now, this has happened before. on a number of occasions, and the world of trade is a very complex world and very complicated world. But, you know, I'm happy for this resolution to come forward. I'm happy that we express our concerns because of the number of employees there are, and I think we're talking about something like 3,000 employees. We're talking about, I think in the discussion I had yesterday, the production of beef from this area is absolutely enormous. Rockhampton's reportedly the beef capital of Australia, but when it comes to the actual finished product, tremendous the feedlots there are in this area. If you take the one at Texas, Whyalla, take Grassdale as being the two big feedlots, then there's a whole series of smaller feedlots that employ a lot of people. And we're talking currently, of course, about the Bowenville-Moolah Road, where there are 11 feedlots, I'm told, and significant employment. It's all important to us. It's really part of who we are, and this could have quite a detrimental effect on many people in the beef industry, not only the producers, but certainly the employees. So, you know, I'm quite comfortable. Yeah, well, I think that the best way to put it may be that we write a letter to the federal government indicating the impact on this community. If you don't mind, Mr. Mover.
Oh, well, particularly in relation to the beef and barley, is I'm sure in barley, I know personal experience will be affected significantly. I think we supply, you know, a large proportion of the barley that China uses. And
I might, Mr. Mayor, I think that they were saying yesterday that most of the farmers have reassessed their planting of barley because the barley's just going in now.
It is, yeah.
So it may not be, they might fill that void with something else, but...
some have already planted, I could give you...
Plantings, but I mean, it is of grave concern, I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay.
So, do you want me to... You've got that up there? Yeah.
Well, I think if we could just... it's a matter of us connecting with the federal government by letter and just expressing our concerns, and that can be done today.
And urging them to do all that's possible in the diplomatic and trade area to restore our good relations or to improve our relationship with China, something like that.
It doesn't mean we've got to back down, though.
Okay. Councillor Shine has moved that. Seconded. Did I get a seconder before? Councillor Von Hoff has seconded that. Any comments? Anyone wishing to debate it? Not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried.
Close the meeting.
Well, I'll close the meeting. Thank you very much.
Close the meeting, so we go back to...
I don't know where staff are situated. There's one confidential in environment community, so I don't know if while you're on a roll you want to...
You can do it. You can do it.
Excuse, please.
We can go there.
You want to have a five-minute breather and then go on to you?
Whatever you want.
Righto. Is that all right? Break.
acquisition. Is it up there? Sorry, Councillor. Yep, so do we have a
You to move that.
move by Councillor Carroll Taylor, seconded
More than happy to second it.
Councillor
Get it from Mort Street, but at least we got it.
Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That brings a close to the Environment and Community Committee for the month. We are now...
Councillors, we move back to Finance and Business, but the suggestion will be for us to break now for half an hour for lunch, given that that's prepared and allow 1 hour. It would be more than enough, I would think, for a 2:30 start for the afternoon sessions. It means, CEO, that we may have struggled to fit the 3 sessions in this afternoon. So by way of priority, bushfire, I think, would be well and truly up there as one of those, and then we have PFAS and CBD as another 2 options that we may fit one of each in. Stuart,
We're deferring
to you.
Deferring the PFAS one.
Defer the PFAS one, and what about the CBD? So maybe we'll have the CBD one may well be this afternoon, depending on timing, Stuart. So that would be around about maybe 3:15. Sound all right? Sorry?
From a timing viewpoint, pretty keen for that.
What's that? Okay, righto. Well, let's before you, which is item 13, and the recommendation there too, that council not approve the request to waive infrastructure charges for the landowners noted in the confidential report titled Consideration of Request to Waive Infrastructure Charges. We have a moved by Councillor Carroll Taylor, seconded by Councillor Megan O'Sullivan. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Item number 14 then, councillors, we move to. The recommendation there before you is that council not accede to the request for a rate concession for the landowners noted in the confidential report titled Consideration of Report for Rate Concession. Do you have a mover for that? Moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? Unanimously in favour of that motion. Item number 15 we move to, councillors, which is noting that the report of the Audit and Risk Committee meeting on the 4th of March 2020 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. This is item number 15, councillors. Have a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Item number 16, councillors. We have a motion before you up on the screen that the Queensland Audit Office interim report to the Mayor dated 1st of April 2020 be formally received and noted in open council at the ordinary meeting of council on Tuesday the 19th of May 2020 after the officers' names within the report have been redacted. Right. Mover of that motion, moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Antonio. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, thank you for your indulgence. Officers, thank you. CEO Arun and Anne-Marie, if you're still watching at home, thank you. That concludes the Finance and Business Strategy for the month of May.